Hello. Hey, hey. How you doing? Welcome in. Yeah. Believe it or not, I just woke up. Wait, it's not okay. It's not like I just woke up. It's more like I woke up at 11. Yeah, I kind of overslept. I kind of overslept, and now my brain is all over the place. Yeah, my brain is like actually all over the place. I kind of feel. I feel I am very confused right now, but I'm here. We're here. We're all here. I'm ready to play some Baldur's Gate 3. I'm very ready to play some Baldur's Gate 3 because, you know, it's Baldur's Gate 3. Can't wait to look at more Dragonborn. Cannot wait to find more... What's it called? Kobolds. Cannot wait to find more kobolds in this game. Also, to ultimately to find kobolds that's not hostile, right? Yeah, I'm gonna try my best anyway. Hi, Blab. Hi, Narix. Welcome in. I can't. My brain is all over the place. I need to wake up. Ooh. Okay. Look. Okay. You have to excuse me for a little bit. All right. Right. I didn't drink coffee today, and I blame that one. And it also doesn't help that I woke up at 11. Oh god. Alright, all good. Just let me composure. Everything is fine. Remember when you said that you did the oops and last night in is ditch? I progress story and last night in went and kept cells anyways. Well, I guess I'm glad last night in just that anyway, huh? I don't know. There has to be a way to keep the last night in safe. Considering how there's multiple endings in this game, there is? Yeah, okay, so I assumed right then. Okay lah, you know, not everything is easy, I get it. Isobel is too paper, you know, I blame Isobel. Isobel is terrible. Isobel is only like, what, 52 health, that's it. No resistance to anything. Bulldozing Moonrise. Honestly, sounds like what the dragon would do. Yeah, go get him. Go get him. Oh, I did one single, like, you know, okay, YouTube videos, all right. So I've been doing like, for YouTube thumbnail wise, I just like screenshot a scene on my stream and just put it as thumbnail, because YouTube auto-generated thumbnail just doesn't work at all. And then today I have this as thumbnail. I don't know why I made that, but I made it. There's a stupidity walking into that. I was like, yeah, well, what I did last night was nothing short of stupid. I did it anyway because I'm very curious, okay? So I did it, and I made this thumbnail because why not? You know, stupidity. Just gonna emphasize this 10,000 times. Like, yeah. The game explicitly says it's an army full of absolute things. I still don't know if absolute is good or bad. I have no idea, right? So I went in there, and of course I got into, well, prison. So went to prison, did a bit of things, and we're out of prison. Now we're in Moonrise Towers apparently, got our items back. All good, nothing's wrong about that. We're still in Act 2, I believe, you know, and stuff like that. And today we're gonna continue this shit. Let me see. Okay, there. I don't think I'm missing anything. Why does it look like I'm missing something? Does this work? Oh, it works. Okay, so I didn't miss anything. Good. There it is. I want to play Baldur. Let's play Baldur. I'm led to believe that the Absolute Camp is next on my target of bulldozing after moonrise. You know, yeah, sounds like what the dragon would do. Again. Go get him. You have the Kobo support. Go get him. Kobo support you bulldozing everything. Have you found a Kobold's journal? That's a Kobold's journal? No. Not yet. Or maybe if I did, I didn't read all the books. There's one I found it near the monastery. Shit. Need to go see if I can find it. I don't know. I feel like I found it, question mark? Maybe not. But I didn't read every single piece of, like, what do you call them? Readables. Let's keep it that way. I didn't read every single piece of readables I got. Maybe I might have missed it. Oh, I haven't sold it. Yeah, that's the thing. They sell for money. And I like money. Money's great. Gold is good. Chinese heckin' great. They're mine. Huh? Did the game update? Where's the show genitals option? It's gone. Oh, there it is. Ah, I found it. Okay, they're off. What is this? In surround sound, if a central speaker is available, the dialogue audio will play through the central speaker. Force mono? Oh god, no, please. Show text background? What's a text background? Dialogue text size? Is that the journal? Yeah, maybe I should make the words a little bit bigger. Especially the overhead text size. There, see, I should have checked that one soon. Or earlier. Why is there no music? I'm slightly concerned. So I have two save file. This is right before shit, fuck ass. One is before the Shadow Heart going into the Shah's temple. Another one is where I barge into the Absolute's camp. Yeah. Oh, Kobo Journal? It just says Kobo Journal. Okay, I never found this one. A collection of drawings, some cruder than others. Most of them feature kobolds in varying degrees of nakedness. Some performing on themselves, and some on each other. The final pages, however, feature more varied subjects. A soaring red dragon, githyanki of various ages, and surprisingly detailed depiction of wine bottles. Oh. Yeah, they're so perfect. I cannot. Oh god, I love them. The kobolds are so perfect in this game. The depiction of kobolds is perfect. What can I say? They're so good. I can't believe I didn't find it. It could be in the kobold area, but I didn't really like wander around in there. I just took the kobold barrel and that's it. I just wish the kobolds are not hostile. You might get to see more kobolds in Act 3. Ooh. Ooh, hopefully. But for now, I'm here getting stuck, don't know what to do. Need to go to the kitchen, but don't know how to go to the kitchen. In the secret stash. Downstairs? Basement? There's a book I read somewhere that says they were employed in Baldur's Gate as sewer workers. Ooh. Oh, probably. Oh, hopefully. I was here. I don't need to be here. What did I find?
Something slimy seems to be dripping from the rafters above.
This place is killing my PC. Bloodless pig meat? The sweet potato? Salami?
But that will fit in my bag.
Shit, I'm encumbered already, god. Why? Why? I don't like it. Why? The gold is so heavy? Oh yeah, I have this one. Oh, the texture seems better today. You're not wearing the chest that gives bull strength? You mean the armor? No. Is that good? I mean, Carla is not in heavy armor anymore. I think I sold that one. I think.
There is work to do.
Yeah, I might have sold that one. The booze string. Oh wait, why do I have 2 balls? I don't remember if Monk uses Strength, Dex, or Wisdom as your attack roll. I think Monk uses Dex? How do I... this one? Primary ability. Your chance to hit and your damage output with a weapon attacks or spell. It must be Dex then. Right? Falar alert. God, everything is so heavy. See invisibility. Vigilance. Tadpole elixir. No thank you. Granada? Sobal brew up belly glump. What? What? A truly despicable poison devised from an agglutination of corpse roses by the experimental mind of Disobal Dorm. Oh, it's Dorm. Sure. You're using that halberd? Yeah, it looks so cool. I like the halberd. I always love like weapon that has extra reach. Just make it seems a lot more cooler that way. To me personally. I like that. Where's the potion? These Sobal brew out. There it is. Active weapon in poison, target must succeed a DC 17 Constitution saving throw or become poisoned and take 1 to 6 poison damage at the end of each turn. For how many turns it didn't say. Is it like forever? Oh, it's here. Let's trade. There. Ooh. Gold is too heavy, but I have to get it. I can sell this one. Grayscale journal? Oh, Shinir. Oh, I know Shinir and Shitten thing. Oh yeah, the mysterious artifact is somehow with me. And I cannot give it to anyone. I cannot give the artifact to anyone. A Shadowheart? I'm sorry I cannot give it back to you. There, see? I can never give it back to you, Shadowheart. The artifact is now mine. Think about it.
Many hearts, one soul. Of many thoughts, one mind.
Oh.
You seek arms. I seek a warrior worthy to bear them.
Oh yeah, Narix, you are very like you know this game a lot, right? This is this elixir even that good? The number you need to roll to land a critical hit is reduced by 1. So 19 is also considered crit? I mean, I don't know if that's even that good, to be honest. Yeah, but this one minus reduced by 1. Become 19 or 20. It doesn't sound that good. There are a few stuff that decreases that. Oh! So not only just that, not only just this elixir can... Okay, okay. Oh, they stack. Oh, they stack. Oh. My Maestro also wearing a hat that -1 to crit as well. That's kind of scary that they stack. Now I see. Dingus hyena. Oh my god, yee! Hello, welcoming. Penis? Oh my god. What a raid. I'm a bad influence, by the way. All good, all good. Penis. For a sweet yin bean to a sweet cobble bean. Oh my god. Welcome in. I don't think I have to call you Dingus, to be honest. Okay. Oh, you're playing Tears of the Kingdom? Wow. How was it? How was it? Gosh, I haven't played the game. I haven't played the game for a while. Hi, Hydro Dog. Hi, Viceroy Royale. Hope I didn't butcher your name. Call me Jetty. Alright, Jetty. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Oh my god. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. And I occasionally do art. Hope you had a great stream. How was heckin' Tears of the Kingdom? It has been a while since I last played the game. I kinda miss playing the game. Just aimlessly wandering around and chasing after all the shiny things. Yeah. Absalom, hi. Welcome in. Hope you are doing good. I am mega blur because I overslept today. I overslept and I didn't drink coffee. No.
Get moving, will you?
Hello and welcome.
Thanks, Jetty.
Her design.
Hi, Proxy Fox.
Your family will answer. Eventually.
How be the adorable Kobo Bean? Oh my god. I'm doing pretty good. Other than me being blurred. But yeah. Gonna do a depth exploration stream next time I play. Nice. I should get back into Tears of the Kingdom someday, but I kinda want to play Baldur's Gate for now. Been trying to get back into fighting games over a long break. Oh, nice. It's been a long time since I last played fighting game as well. Your voice is so... Oh, no. I don't know. Thank you.
Brothers,
Cute voice. Oh, no.
sister.
I was speaking to Street Fighter 6 and Strife, but I just fell off.
I'm not worthy.
I mean, I did
Yes,
play
you did.
Tekken 8
She gives
on the
them
close
to you
network
fully
test,
formed.
and I just cannot bear to go back into Tekken 7 anymore. And Street Fighter 6, my PC cannot handle, so
Of many
my
thoughts,
PC just crashed when I
one
play Street Fighter
mind.
6, so it's kind of sad, but all good. A Guilty Gear Strive, I saw just dropped for whatever reason. I don't know, to be honest. I don't like the autosave. That's been a problem for you. I think it's an issue on Capcom's end. I heard it has something to do with De Nouveau? Question mark? Probably. De Nouveau? I could be wrong, to be honest. Oh, it's a memory leak issue. Okay, so, that makes more sense. Most likely. Honestly, sounds about right, yeah. Oh, yeah, lately I've just been playing Baldur's Gate 3 because I'm too intrigued in this game's story. And also I'm just trying to find kobolds. Because I heard that there's kobolds in this game. I found some, but they are all like hostile. So I'm kinda sad. I'm trying to find some kobold that's not, well, hostile towards me. With Strife, I just got tired of getting to floor 10 and then getting hit with all the killers that just got kicked out of heaven. It's an interesting way to measure skill level, to be honest. Using floors only, and then can be kicked down by someone who is a beast. Oh, I'm back here again. Can I do it again?
A monstrous army looms ahead.
Nah. So that one just brings me to, if I say continue, that one just brings me to prison, which is weird. I think I did the most I can do. Hidden treasure and suspicious sounds. So it's just Moonrise Towers then. I'm going there. Time to explore Moonrise Towers. Also, sorry if you guys hear like drumming noises. Apparently, near my house, there's like practice of Chinese lion dance going on, so yeah.
In her design. Even those we once called monsters.
From here, go outside.
That smells interesting.
Uh-huh. Yeah. What? Oh wait, it's... Hmm? I found a ring that gives it advantage when doing attack rolls. And disadvantage. Yeah, I saw that ring, but I forgot where it is. Don't really need to sell Astarion for stealth anymore. Just advantage on attack. So you can stealth. You can just do stealth attack forever. Oh, I didn't think about that. Oh, that sounds good though. How even? Oh, it's outside and just like go up here. Oh my god, I'm stupid.
Have a taste if you don't believe us.
Oh. Oh, it's slashing. Immune to bludgeoning. Only 10 damage, okay. Come on, just 10 damage. Just 10 damage. Come on. You can roll better than that. Thank you. There we go. Where? What's the point of that? Oh.
Monster lives in this tower. Something.
That there we go. That's the secret stash. Oh my god, it took me 10 years to find. There's a crack wall. There's like a secret stash that marked on my map. H. I think there's H going on. So now we're trying to find this. Suspicious sounds. Yeah, check out the place and then bulldoze this place. And get them.
She belongs to everyone. That's the point.
We're all friends, right? All one under the apple.
This one?
Something slimy seems to be dripping from the rafters above.
Yeah, so maybe I have to destroy this thing.
Something slimy seems to be dripping from the rafters.
Didn't know monk can use halberds. I think I have weapon master. I think? Question mark? How can I check if I have weapon master? I mean, I have weapon master, but I don't know which one I choose. Oh, there it is. A full weapon of your choice. It didn't say which one I chose. I don't remember. But I know for a fact that I chose longsword because I want to use the Fala Alu. But I didn't use the weapon now. kitchen.
A moment, true soul. You use a spoon to stir the soup, Barnabas. Forget the axe, my darling. Now, how can I help you?
Every enemy in the zone can thunder smite twice. Yeah. I got smite. Never seen a tame no before.
Soft and sweet as pudding, isn't he? He no longer remembers his life in the wild. That is the gift the Absolute gave me when I stood before her. To rewrite the lives of her faithful. Make them believe there's something better.
No. They're kinda adorable when they're tame. I like them. Gnolls are beast, plain and simple. I thought the Absolute accepted us all as we are. You actually stood before the Absolute? Heartwarming, praise the name. Oh, 3 gold. Oh my god. Ah, this one is 6 gold. How much is this? 8? I mean, I'm not gonna fight you. Here, have a grease bottle. Thanks for the gold. I thought the Absolute accepted us all as we are. Yeah.
She gathers many threads for her design, but it is still her design. And Barnabas has found his place in it. Observe.
Mm-hmm.
Barnabas, sweetie, come show what a good boy you are. What would you like him to do?
I don't think I like that. Oh wait, I'm Dark Urge, please. Nothing, keep your sick games to yourself. God, can I make a null dance? I kind of want to see a null dance. Is this sick? I don't know. I hope it's not. Can you dance?
Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you, Barnabas?
You feel her will surge outwards and envelop the creature.
Oh, that's sad.
Inexorable as the tide.
Oh, poor Barnabas. I'm sorry. He's trying to resist so hard, but cannot.
No, Barnabas. We talked about this.
Compel the nose to pop the master. And put aside dreams of... What? Put aside dreams of mincing her? Help her take back control? Oh my god, Dark Urge. I cannot believe Dark Urge is so fucked up. I mean, this is what? The 50th session of this game? I still think Dark Urge is so fucked. Mincing her. That's a word, huh? Oh, you got these 3 options too? You're not playing Dark Urge, are you? Compare the nose to pop their master. I kinda want to try that. I want the gnoll to just go batshit insane, just like, hey, let me eat you. I'm doing it. Eat them! Get them! I'm sorry, I should have never said anything. Oh no. I should have shoot hoop. Ah, Ichi! Don't worry about it! Ichi! They all approve.
Like a rope drawn taut beneath the blade, the connection simply snaps.
No. Barnabas. Darling. No!
There's an illithid parasite in that.
All trace of restraint is gone. Barnabas has tasted blood and wants more.
Oh
To his
yeah.
surprise, instead of ravishing you, he grovels with a howl of pining awe.
Huh?
Many die.
You can talk? I'm back? Why have we met? No need for any longer nollies. There's blood coming soon. Your own magnificent beast. You know what? Gnolls are quite magnificent. Can I just say they're magnificent? Can I just say that? That I kind of like them though. There's like a certain charm about them. I don't know how to explain it. Can I talk to you? Who let the nose out? Oh my god, I cannot believe it. This game, god damn it. You're all magnificent beast. Oh. Oh, you're gonna start a howling the Hey, Barnabas, Timothy, and Tomelia. Oh, I took my grease bottle back. Ghoul. Oh wait, can I get up somehow? I don't see a way to get up. But there's a ladder here.
Winged brother took my witch. They swoop and steal.
Can I talk to them? Oh, maybe they can talk because I have speak with animals, question mark? I cannot talk to them anymore. Okay. Were you here before?
You brought her, the Moon Witch. She is pleased. Do you see it in her eyes?
Must be a drunk. Must be someone that's kinda drunk.
That smells.
I can destroy the thing. How can I get up?
Just a pinch of.
Not if you keep them.
Is this
I don't
hallucinogenic?
see a way to get up. Other than that one single ladder, but how am I supposed to get to the ladder? playing this game too, I just died so hard. This game is not easy. I'm just gonna say that this game is not easy. It makes it easier for me because I've been playing Divinity Original Sin 2 for a lot, and I think that helps a lot. But yeah, this game is very enjoyable though. Must be off to bed now. Hope you take care and have an amazing night. Thank you, Jedi. Have a good sleep. Thanks for the raid again. Appreciate you. I'm just trying to think.
Yep.
Trying to think, how am I supposed to get out? You're going upstairs? Trying to?
They swoop and steal. We stoop and stop.
I don't see staircase or anything that can let me get up.
She belongs to
Oh,
everyone.
X-ray, I found it.
We're all friends, right? All one under the absolute.
Don't bloody feel like it all of a sudden.
That's curious.
Through a narrow crack in the wall, you hear something shift against stone. The pulse of a crawling, living thing.
I don't like it. Played a bit of Divinity. Me and my friend were both skeletons, and I had the poison wizard set up that made us real hard to kill. Oh yeah, that's fun. Well, Divinity, I just always go for a lone wolf setup because it's like easy. It's ET. Lone wolf is kinda OP. Oh god. Do I want to roll? Yeah. Oh no, game, not like this. Okay, I'll try one more time. Okay, I guess I cannot know what this is. Fine, fine.
You almost catch a glimpse, but the darkness within the wall is too deep.
Don't reach in. Alright, Astarion.
Interesting.
Hi, Brian. Hello, hello.
Through a narrow crack in the wall, you hear something shift against stone.
Oh,
The
I brought the
pulse
inspiration.
of a crawling, living thing.
6, 4, 5, 1. Eat. Yeah. Fuck. I thought that's what. I thought that was ET. Please be enough. 2, 1. Wow. This game, they gave me the lowest possible. I need to know. Can I know what this is? Can I know what this is?
You almost catch a glimpse, but the darkness within the wall is too deep.
I'm not gonna reach into something that I cannot even see.
What's next?
Through a narrow crack
Just for
in
this,
the
I used
wall,
up
you
all my
hear
inspiration. I
something
cannot believe it.
shift against stone. The pulse of a crawling, living thing.
2 to 10. Come on. Where's... Huh? Where's my bardic inspiration? Oh, this game pissed me off sometimes. What is that?
You almost catch a glimpse, but the darkness within the wall is too deep.
Where was my bardic inspiration?
Well, well, well.
Don't bloody feel all of this.
Yeah, fart noises for this game, jeez.
Don't burn yourself.
Alright, last chance.
Through a
Let's hope this
narrow
works.
crack in the wall, you hear something
Why you
shift
bullying me?
against stone.
The game is
The
bullying me
pulse
so
of
hard
a
right now.
crawling, living thing.
Thank you. Oh my god, finally. You have no bardic inspiration. You eaten it? Oh, I cannot believe it.
You can't quite catch a glimpse, but you recognize this feeling. The same alien presence you felt on the Nautiloid.
That says something, right? That should be... Why am I trying to reach in? Just throw fire in there.
No one stopped me yet.
Something in the Nautiloid? I mean, there's no way there's a squid man inside there, right? I mean, what are the chances? A squid man inside it? Wow. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? It's just a pulsing... it's just a pulsing thing. Nothing bad's gonna happen. Gosh. I'm reaching it
Again,
in.
the sickening slither of flesh on stone, barely an arm's length away.
I'm gonna die. Goodbye, world.
Your awareness unfolds,
Oh.
expanding through every wall in the tower, every mind.
Whoa. Wait a minute.
A vast living network extending down into the dark, where something wakes.
Uh-oh.
God, what is it? What now? It's a trap!
Tendrils snap like iron
Oh.
cords around your wrist. That presence in your mind looms large, closer now.
I'm dead. Monk, dexterity, strength. Tear your arm out of the tentacle's grip. I'm gonna have no arm? Twist your wrist and break the grip. Sleight of hand. Oh, monk, because I'm monk. I have... Yeah, twist my wrist and break the grip. I got this. Oh, is that not a saving? Oh, it's not a saving throw. Ichi, look at that. What's the worst that could happen? Famous last words.
With a soft sucking sound, your hand
Yup.
pulls free.
Yup.
The flesh within the wall retreats.
God, my hand's now all... Ew, fuck. Oh,
Let
what?
me try it next time. Look fun. Making me sweat.
You wanna try it? Do you want to try it? Your words, not mine, Carla. Your words, not mine. You can, you're gonna do it now.
Again, the sickening slither of flesh on stone, barely an arm's length away.
There, reach in. Don't be afraid, Carla. You got this. I believe in you. If something happens to your hand, I don't know, but your words, not mine. I'll stay true to your word.
Penis.
Penis.
abyss unfolds.
Okay, same thing.
Expanding through a vast living network.
Same thing.
God. What is it? What now?
It's a trap!
It's a trap!
Snap like iron cords around your wrist. That presence in your mind looms large, closer now.
Oh, I have a bardic roll. Go limp and write it out. Go limp and write it out. Tear arm out the tentacles grips. Like, it's not tearing my arms out, right? It's just tear my arms out. I know that sounds weird. English sometimes I don't get it. 他是把我不是把我的手拔掉，是把我的手从那个 tentacle 那边拔掉，是不是？ I don't know anymore. Alright, strength it is. Please let your hand be intact, Karnak. I would very much love that. Advantage? Sure. That is... Oh yeah, all good.
With a soft sucking sound, your hand pulls free. The flesh within the wall retreats.
I have to wash my hands now, God.
Oh, thank goodness. I was worried I'd have to get involved. Now, let's keep our hands to ourselves,
Never a dull moment.
Not if you keep them lips clubbed together.
But what do I do with this? Wait, it's not in the journal? I thought Meg has like journal thing. Just a lower bit? Foreshadowing? Oh god.
Should mind my step.
If you go straight out where the throne is, there's 2 steps of stairs that goes on the 2nd floor. I'm supposed to report to someone, right?
We are each of us threads in her. That's the point.
From this seat, Ketherick defied gods and raised an army for the Absolute. It is not particularly comfortable.
Not sure it suits you. But that's probably a good thing.
Yeah, true. Necromite?
General Thorm's prayers and preparations must not be disturbed. The rooftop is off limits to everyone.
Even you, Disciples Realm?
Everyone. Keep watch and ensure that nobody passes. Excellent timing, true soul. The goblins. Tell me how they suffered. No, better yet, show me.
Her mind enters yours abruptly, flickering across your memories in a blaze of excitement. tongues of psychic flame lap at the memory of the goblins dying by your hand.
I see you like to handle underlings physically. So do I.
Got any more for me to Hey, yo. Sounds like being your underling would be quite enjoyable. I'm not gonna say that. Not my thing. A waste of my time. I didn't come here to clean out other people's mistake. All of this is terrible. I'm just gonna say waste of my time. These two, nah.
Your confidence is delicious. I can see why the Absolute might be hungry to dig deeper into that mind of yours. I certainly am.
She parts the folds of your mind again, touching your wants and hopes, tasting them. Every emotion soaks into her mind's palette. But there is purpose to her exploration. She is searching for proof of your faith.
Careful, I'm the Dark Urge. Empty your mind. Show her a perfect, harmonious soul. Fake it. Fill your mind with love for the Absolute. Destroy her with thoughts of your romantic desires. Destroy the thoughts of your sweet moments with will. I want Karlach, no. Lash her with the atrocities you've conducted. Overwhelm her by unleashing a wave of hatred as you prepare to attack. Distract her by drawing her towards your hunger for power. Empty your mind. Flow like a river. Flow like be water, my friend. Be water, my friend. I'm gonna be water.
You feel her grasp within your thoughts for familiar roiling zealotry. It finds no purchase.
Nice.
Simply void. But why? Why would you not embrace her, worship her? I have already been blessed to stand in her presence. It was bliss. She gave me everything I wanted.
I guess. Everything? What exactly do you want?
To take without asking, to feel without doubting, and to kill without consequence. In a word, freedom.
That's a little abstract. Show me something real. Gonna play some video games with a butt. I'll catch y'all later tonight. Okay, Brian. Have fun with gaming. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. Hi, Vincent. Hey. How are you doing? Sounds good. How do I get what I want? Freedom? Your only purpose is to serve Catholic and the Absolute.
I choose to serve, and I'm glad to. Your words are dangerously close to heresy, true soul.
Yeah. Enough words. Time to die. I just finished this game last night. Cool. Don't you aspire to rule rather than serve? My words were a test of your faith. I, too, am glad to serve. I don't want to serve the Absolute. I can fake my words, though. I'm gonna be fakey-takey.
As you should be. And you have an opportunity to impress General Thorm. I have a mission for you. There is a relic that General Thorm requires. He sent his most trusted advisor, disciple Balthazar, to retrieve it.
Oh, I know that name.
The relic is beneath the Thorm family mausoleum. That is where you will find Balthazar.
He did.
But we have lost contact with him. Go there. Aid Balthazar if you can. And bring the relic home.
Something happened to Balthazar, though. I already met Balthazar. Understood. What if Balthazar's dead? What if Balthazar's dead? Just got done playing with a group of friends. Nice. I prefer my first playthrough to be solo first, and then maybe I'll play with someone else. I mean, I've been playing with. Well, yeah, I had a playthrough with friends, but I didn't play that much since this week's kind of. This week I've been playing Left 4 Dead and Back 4 Blood with my sisters. They have holiday this week, so I didn't play that much Baldur's Gate off stream. You said lost contact. What is it? What do you mean?
And I accompanied him. It was destroyed shortly after he left Moonrise. Hardly a surprise. We're protected here, but outside the shadows are hungry.
What if Balthazar is dead?
Death would not silence Balthazar for long. But dead or alive, he is lost. Whatever
Fair.
has become of him, it is the relic that matters.
Okay. What exactly was this relic was sent to retrieve?
It is something that General Thorm desires, and that he has ordered us to retrieve. That is all you need to know.
Fine. Ah, shit. Understood. Ready to head out.
The shadows around the mausoleum are deep and hungry. You'll need a moon lantern to survive them. Take one from Balthazar's chambers. But don't pry. The last person who snooped into his secrets lost their head. I believe he uses it as a chamber pot.
He died though. Hi.
You can pass. In the name of the salute.
The salute. Thick. Quite thick. You already killed him? Yeah, I just don't like him, so I sort of killed him. Oh, you're downstairs.
The eye focuses on you, taking in every detail of your appearance.
No, I haven't found the night song. Okay, here's the thing. Let me show you my save file. So, you see there's help the second, right? Let me save first. Let me save real quick, for real. There, okay. So, help. I stopped here, and I interact with this door right here, and then it says that, oh, this is some sort of a point of no return. If you go in there, please make sure you finish with everything. And I was like, no, there's like a place that's full of absolute, road to Baldur's Gate. I went there and I saved it the second file. Because I went there thinking that it might go to Act 3, but it didn't. It just threw me into prison instead. And now I'm here.
What's hiding here?
Me back? Welcome back. Did you bulldoze the place? Is everything muddy? This place is killing my PC. Holy shit. Was I supposed to kill Catherick Thorn? Maybe I need to speak with Zahira, yeah.
afford to stay idle.
What's cooking?
Well, hello.
Everyone...
No, never mind.
Everyone looks good.
What's next, I wonder?
But I kind of want to still do a long rest before... I need to do a long rest, I think. Yeah, let's do a long rest. It's all good. I know I have this, but it's okay. Enough camp supplies. Taking a long rest will not only restore your hit points and spells not half the maximum. What? Sure, I guess. Left with the roof. Do a long rest. Talk to Zahira real quick. Jahira.
What can I do for you, my friend?
My friend, Astarion Cole. Ooh. I wanted to ask about Cazador's ritual. You must be thinking about it?
The thing that will decide my fate forevermore. Yes, it's been on my mind. Why?
Why? All that power, you must be tempted to take it for yourself. I feel like Astarion might feel this way. Astarion likes power.
Well, of course I've thought about it. If I completed the ritual instead of Cazador, I'd get all that power. And I could walk in the sun without fear I'd turn into a mind flare.
Naturally, who wouldn't be tempted? And the souls that need to be sacrificed? You don't get enough stack for a full set. Oh, I do have enough set. It's all in the traveler's chest. Somehow it's just not showing up, so it's okay. And the souls?
I don't relish it, but my siblings lured thousands of people to their deaths over the years. I doubt Baldur's Gate would miss them. Of course, I don't even know if I could complete the ritual. It may be impossible, but it certainly is tempting.
What's up for discussion?
You smell very delicious.
Thick.
But I will not bite you.
You're so thick.
More.
More. More. Hi, Shadow Hut.
May the darkness protect you.
What do you think of Catherick Thorm now we've seen him in the flesh?
He's trouble. Worse, he's a traitor. Whatever loyalty he had towards Lady Shah is long gone. It would please her greatly to see him meet his long overdue end, I'll wager.
Sounds about right, to be honest. Scratchu!
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Yeah. Scratchu! Oh my god, you're the best Doko. Oh my god, you're the best Doko. You are the best Doko, Scratchu! I love Scratch so much, oh my god. Oh, Scratch! Oh, Scratch the best. Hi, Essie.
Hey, soldier.
So you had a friend in Avernus, you never said.
You saw the extent of Flo's friendship. She'll lend you a hand, long as she can crush your spirit while she's at it. I knew never to let my guard down around her. She always made me laugh, even when I least wanted to. If she'd been completely different from who she was, we might have been real friends.
Pity, sounds like she meant something to you in whatever small way. You do have real friends now. Me, for one. Is this too thirsty? It feels like this is too thirsty. She gave you a note. What did it say?
Nothing worth reading. Cambion manipulation at its
Hi,
most
cheesecake.
obvious.
Stinky. You do have real friends. You know, I want Karlach. How's the cheesecake been doing?
Thank the gods. And I do, every day.
Nice.
Soldier.
How's my approval of Karlach? Oh, quite high. Relationship is very good. Character is happy with and easily convinced by Avatar. This one? Is it? Yeah, same. Relationship is fair. Character's trust and Avatar is variable. Astarion? Yeah.
Yes? You have news?
What do you mean? Nothing to report yet.
I need a little time. But I will gladly join you at Journey's End. So long as it leads to the grave of General Gederick Thorm. You know your task. Gederick Thorm clawed his way free of death. Find out how, so we can send him back. I fear we do not have the luxury.
I'm doing good. Nice. Good to know. How you doing, Ultra Omega Amazing Bean? Oh my god. I am blur. I feel kind of blur. I overslept today. I didn't drink coffee. Noisy car.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of Gale of Waterdeep. He wishes to extend you an invitation for a private conversation in a more suitable locale.
Very well, show me the way.
Gladly. Simply follow yonder path, and soon you will find him.
Oh, you just forced me to sleep? Okay. The car. Sweet protector. I'm incapacitated. Oh. That doesn't make sense. Gil, I thought our relationship ended. Where's my private moment with Karlach? What's up? I thought we already friend zoned each other.
I love this time of night. There's an almost reverent silence that accompanies the peak of darkness, when you'd almost believe the dawn will never break. The cradle of eternity. The timelessness of lovers. That most beautiful of fantasies.
You seem especially philosophical this evening. Are you alright? Why did you summon me here? I'm afraid all this is just fantasy. It's breathtaking, Gale. Is this starry sky you're doing? Gale, we've been... You friend zone me. Look, okay, look, Gale. Look. Listen up, Gale. I don't care about Will. The game just sort of forced me to be with Will. And then you're doing this to me again? I thought you friend-zoned me, as I friend-zoned you. What is this game? Can I have a private moment with Karlach? I love looking at this though. That's a really good looking dragonborn. Hell yeah.
Indeed. The curse is still present, of course. Just veiled and at arm's length for now. Not a trick I can repeat often, but tonight is different.
How different?
This may be my last night alive. I wanted it to be under a canopy of beauty and wonder. I thought this place might bring me peace. I thought it might make the weight of what I must do feel a little lighter. But I'm not so sure.
You speak as if this affects you alone. How many will die if you unleash what's inside you? Are you not afraid? I refuse to believe this is the end. We'll find another way, I promise. Hey, now Will's your boyfriend? Alright, okay. I want Karlach. Is this truly what you want? To die for the promise of Mistress Forgiveness? Yeah, is this what you really want?
Babe or crone, coward or hero, death is assured. Mistress' forgiveness is not. If you knew the end was near, would you not want to ensure it had meaning? I am terrified. I will not claim otherwise. My face could scarcely conceal it, even if my words sought to deny it. There is no point in running from the inevitable. Better to meet it on my own terms.
Why are you so sure it's inevitable? We haven't even found this hard to absolute yet. Nothing is inevitable, not when we face it together. You don't have to die. You sound sure in your course of action then. Your terms, but others lives. Others lives? What about everyone else who perish in your wake? Yeah, we haven't found the heart of the absolute yet. Why are you so sure it's inevitable?
I can feel it. Ever since we set foot in this strange, corrupted land. The closer we get, the heavier my own heart becomes. Stay with me a while, will you? Day will come all too soon, even in this place.
I'd rather not listen to you wallowing in self-pity. Good night, Gale. That's so mean. Alright, you invited me, might as well. You sound like you need companionship. As a friend, alright, as a friend. I'm not going anywhere, Gale. I'll be by your side whatever dawn brings.
Yes, but there is so much to live for and so few moments in which to house it all. Damn you. Damn you for giving me so much to care about. Our friends, our adventures. This would have been so much easier if it was just me. But it isn't. If there is a way, any way, to save all that's grown dear to me, I want to seize it. I just cannot fathom what that might be, other than to fail Mistra and condemn the world. Stay with me, will you? I don't want to think of it anymore, but I don't want to be alone either.
Good night, Gale. It's the same thing again. Ayo, so mean. No, Gale needs... Yeah, like I said. Someone. Albeit friends, you know. Stay with him and watch the stars in silence. Gale approves, yeah. Just remember, Gale, this is as friends, alright? Pet the Gale, yeah. See, this is truly heartbreaking. Look at Karlach, so thick. Oh, I've been pet. Oh my god. Pets. Where's that broom?
Scratch's tail wags enthusiastically.
Yeah,
Scratch's
just
tongue
scratch you,
lolls
not
out
Gale. Oh
happily,
my god,
his
scratch
tail
you!
wagging even faster.
Scratch you! Why did my brain just go Gale?
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
I thought my game just crashed. Such a good boy, the best boy. Scratch is the best boy. Oh my god, look at that! I'm gonna cry. Scratch you! Yes, you have news?
Yes? You have news?
More Gale? Hi.
I was hoping to speak to you, as a matter of fact, about the night you were kind enough to keep this melancholy wizard company.
Not just now, there's something else we need to... go on.
I wanted to thank you. I was sinking into a dark place, but you reminded me there is still light in the world, if I should care to look for it. You may well have prevented me from doing something very rash in the near future. I count myself lucky to call you a friend.
Cool beans. Anytime, Gale.
Careful. I may just take you up on that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I wish I would stay hidden where you don't have the companion in your party. I just sort of gave him the the mask of the shapeshifter, and it's just like, I forgot to hide it. Or I forgot to just destroy it. Hey, Gale, can you remove that mask of the shapeshifter? No? Okay, fine.
Thy will dost thou require?
Hey, Withers.
Or mayhaps a resurrection? Very well.
You're the best, Withers. How you doing?
Impossible. 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 Impossible.
Nice. It's always so good to talk to you, Withers. You're amazing. Come on.
What's on your mind?
Nothing. Yeah, headstones stay hidden when they are in your part. Yeah, that's sad, honestly. Boxing still boxing. I don't boxing.
Greetings.
What's up? We have yet to attend to your needs and the Githyanki crash. Is this a bother?
I sought to reach a creche and be rid of these tadpoles. Now we stalk forgotten lands haunted by darkness. The Inquisitor must hear of the Sathisk's failure. I'm going to my people at once. If you have any good sense, you will follow.
Oh, are you gonna leave the camp?
Consider your options, knowing that should Lae'zel depart alone for the crash, she could fall to the curse.
Oh no. Forget the crash, we've reached the absolute stronghold. This is where our answers lie. The crash is a priority. Let's make our way there. Leave if you have to, but I'm not coming after you. If I had a good sense, I'll slit your throat for defying me. You're staying with me. I mean, we found a crash. We can just teleport there, right? She could fall for the curse. That's the thing. Does she has the blessing of Saluna? Laser might die here. Laser might die. Laser might die. Okay, well, let's make our way there. We're going to the crush.
To the crash. And do try to keep up.
Did Pinky say anything for Will? Oh, you mean Gil? Not yet anyway, I think. To the crush we go. To the crushy. Crushy lick. We are going to crushy lick. Oh, right, Gale. Yeah. How could you forget about that? How could you? Hydrate now. I have soda. It's not really soda, it's more like sparkling juice? I don't know how to call that. Milo saw. Ugh, what the fuck? Is that really a thing? Did Lazo die?
Maybe things will be better when the Chikrai leaves.
So long as he leaves.
Please, Chitrai, I can explain. The latest batch of cultists knew nothing of the astral prism. They were just trying to find Moonrise. They all head there. My Gish have drafted plans to assault the tower. They are ready to fight, Chitrai. We could sift the missing artifact from the tower's ashes if you would give us...
Quiet. Find the astral prism, Therazin. My patience falters.
Yes, Chitrai. You heard him! Go!
Where's Lazo?
Do as she says. She remains your Kithrak. For now.
Oh.
This is not a public forum.
Keep away from me!
Why are you frightened? Oh, wolf. Oh yeah. I thought you were afraid of wolves. Comment in the middle sounds so bad. Please don't mention. Oh god.
A long way to go still.
Keep away from me.
What to do?
Oh wait, did Lazo die? Maybe box and cringe from it? Probably. Keep away from me. Oh, nice. Hi, Kithrak.
An Istik in my creche. You are one of the mercenaries sent to bring the weapon.
Don't tell her anything.
I seek audience for Inquisitor, this traitor among you. I was granted entry by the sentries. They seek... There's a mind flayer invasion in progress. Why is that not priority? I think she's still in your camp. Oh, is she? Sure, I have a weapon. Want to see your blood on it? Rojak pop with rice instead of me? The fuck? How is there rice or me in Rojak. That's not it. Rojak has neither rice nor me. What do you mean? Is your rojak okay? Is your rojak 虾饼鱿鱼豆腐 or your rojak like something else? Isn't rojak 虾饼鱿鱼豆腐 on cai? What's wrong with you? Oh my god. There's a traitor among you.
Sharlak? Among us? Whom would you accuse?
Kithrak Voss? Who's Voss? Was it Voss? I don't remember. I did something funny accidentally. You can dip your weapon on the... Oh my god. Voss was like I was riding a dragon. What happened to Voss? Who's the traitor again? Lazo did say something about the traitor in the Krish. Is it a doctor or Voss? I don't remember. You never had Rojak me? No. How is that a thing? That's sweet and savory. I don't think both of them mix together well. Lazo says doctor is traitor. Okay. So, you're doctor.
The Gustil? A strong accusation from the mouth of an Istik. The very same said to hold the weapon we seek. Shemar Zalavlakith. Give it to me.
How do you even know about I have the artifact? I will not.
No? Then I will take it from your corpse.
Sure, whatever. Alright, first things first, gonna deal with the dogs. I'm sorry. Because someone is afraid of the dogs. At the key. Crit miss. Pew. Pew.
On my way.
This.
Oh, Bubbles, I'm sorry. I love the Bubbles as well, but because the Bubble is hostile.
Find a route.
They can parry, right? Oh, I did more damage. Eat shit!
Sometimes the only way out is through.
Here comes the hopper. Oh, they have high defense, 55%. Shit. Whee! Damn damage. Bonk! Keek! Shit. Oh shit. Fuck. What does this do? Intelligent wisdom check and saving throws. Ignis. Game? Cool. You can knock them out instead. Oh, too late. Too late. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Alright, sorry, Papo.
Handy.
Hey, how you doing?
The dance macabre.
Pew pew. Pew. Bye bye.
Survival is all that matters. Have to keep going.
Fuck. Nice. Oh, I can push you off balance. Get him. Take you. Hi, how you doing? You.
Well, that's dealt with. But she wasn't the one pulling the strings here.
I'm just glad Lazo isn't here. Although, is Lazo still in the camp? Oh. I cannot go back to camp.
Never wanted the easy path.
Soulbreaker. When wielded by a gift Yankee. +2 bonus. Oh, seldom caught unawares. Ah, crap. I think all the accumulated shiny is so heavy. All the shiny just makes the inventory so heavy, it feels like. Nah, they don't even weigh anything. I guess it's kobolds being very happy. The kobolds are being very heavy. Fine. I love them, it's okay. Should probably drink the elixirs. Yeah, I'm just gonna drink them for funsies. Because why not? Fire resistance for Starion. Viciousness? Color?
What am I to do?
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Bark skin 16?
I wonder what the next move is.
Watch your back.
Oh, I guess you can have that.
Soldier.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes. Let's get on with it.
Yeah, just drink for funsies. $23 worth of gold. Rich. Not even sharing, jeez.
What's in here?
I want the gold. I want the shiny. Oh, this one?
Who would be? Oh, it is you.
Why are you talking?
Make haste. We have business to conduct.
Who is you? Laser might be up here. Although I cannot go to camp. Maybe it's because it's red here.
Moving ahead.
Let me try go outside and see if I can like... There we go. Let me check if Laser is still here. Oh, aren't you going to...
To the Inquisitor at the crash. The Zaithisk's failure must be reported.
Well, I don't know what you're doing here, but off we go then. I guess if I go there, she'll be there. Probably. Maybe. Still quick rest.
Time to get going.
Autosave? Ooh.
This place is even more foreboding than the rest of the creche.
And no, I had her in my party when I did this part.
I'm more worried about this Inquisitor. Do you really think he'll help us?
It's never been that simple before. I don't know why it would be now.
God, they need to talk more. They need to talk more like this. The world building, I crave that. It's so I love it when character like in game just talk to each other, build that character up. I love that. It's amazing. It's heckin' great. And I think the game needs to do that more. Although not more to a point where it's just like pointless chatter. I mean, is this pointless chatter? I don't know. Maybe they're not. Okay, you know what? I'll take that. I take that back. Maybe don't do it too much to a point it just feels mundane. Yeah, you know what? Nah, it's the rarity that makes this little interaction more charming. I hope that makes sense. Hi, who wants to fight? They don't seem as strong.
I can tell you more than any amount of skulking around. Come, speak. Interesting. My Ardents reported that an Istik survived the crashed Geik slave vessel. You have accomplished much since. I'm pleased to finally meet you.
A smiling gift Yankee?
I heard there is so much goblin blood on your hands that it soaks their children's nightmares. To business. I suspect you plucked something precious from the Geik ship. Something that belongs to us.
Why do they want the artifact so much?
Give it to me.
What? Oh, not again.
The weapon is how I protect you.
It's bound to me. I cannot just give it to you. I can't. It protects me.
Indeed. And what does it protect you from?
The voice of the absolute. There's no need to deception. Let's be real here. Let's be honest. If they still want to kill me, I'll do it. If they understand my reasoning, good. If they don't understand my reasoning and want to kill me instead, that's on them. You know what I mean? I'd rather be honest here. There's no need for deception. Voice to the absolute.
If you hear that voice at all, then you are infected.
I am.
It is my people who need protecting from you. Hitasith!
Oh, okay.
Crush Yillik with me to the death.
Oh, the music is different. Holy shit. The dark. The dark. Oh, the music is different. Oh, that's so good. Oh, I'm sorry, but that's so good. Finally, they used the tambura. The tambura is back. You have parry, right? Yeah, give Yankee parry. Parry unarmed weapon attacks to reduce the damage by 10. But if I do more than 10, they cannot deal more damage to me. Or that could happen. Oh my god, oh my god.
Fuck yes.
Let me deal with the others first.
You're not gonna like this, mate.
Oh my god, what is this? At least the music is great. No clue what the Inquisitor can do, by the way. It's all good. Whatever they can do, they're not stronger than us.
just like old times.
I'll do a sneaky sneak. Bam! And then a pew. Ow. Nice. Damn, alright. Going for Astarion. Being drained by Tylra. Minus 2 penalty on the armor class is vulnerable to psychic damage. The condition ends when the affected entity damages Tylra. Are you Tylra? Oh, you are, okay. This one has more chance of hitting. We take those. How much defense do you have? Ah, 22, okay. Did you uproot the fence? And then somehow only... What? Where's my extra attack?
Ready for another round?
Time for a new.
That really hurts. Oh, they can rally every turn? Shit.
Impressive resistance, but futile.
Nice. Attack and then a critical hit, but it did a 0. We take those, I guess. Why are you so tanky? Is it because of Mind Steel Link? It could be because of Mind Steel Link. They just took they took all the they took all the armor class, that's why. Yeah, no wonder lah.
Gods, it's hot in here.
Nice, we take those.
Incoming.
Pew pew. Pew. That's right. Nuh-uh. Oh, it doesn't heal Karlach. It's okay, there's no need to heal yet. Everyone's good.
Now this is my happy place.
How are you doing? Oh my god. There we go. Pew pew.
Inquisitor Wargaz was potent. We are impressed.
The queen who brings conquest to the heavens, sundering planets, destroying the very stars.
That was
Hot
sudden.
envy swirls within. Your guts will you to author such cosmic tragedies as she has.
You are permitted to look upon me. You are invited to kneel.
You are her equal in iniquity? Save game first, save now? What? Okay, okay. I'll save, I'll save. Wait politely. Hey. Choke down your brutal pride. No, stand tall. I mean, the game says it's Vlakiv. I don't know what Vlakiv. Can I trade with you? You're just a level 1. I kind of want that 1 gold, no? I don't have anything that's 1 gold. I need that gold. It's a gold of whoever this is, I don't know. Oh, you're lucky nothing sells for 1 gold right now. Oh. Oh. Have a mug. I played through the whole game not knowing that. Oh, save them in conversation. It's kind of obscure. I don't blame you for that. Stand tall. You're her equal in. You're just level 1. What could you do? Look at you, level 1 gift Yankee. Wave politely. Yeah. Hi. I love that. What?
You bear that which is ours. But are you friend or are you thief?
Neither came looking for a cure for my tadpole. Doesn't matter, I brought it back to you. Yours, I found it. The artifact is mine. I didn't steal anything here, but Shadowheart here. Lazo didn't like that. Of course Lazo didn't like that when I waved. Good thing I didn't bring Lazo. Neither, I came here looking for a cure for my tadpole. But if you want to take it away from me, I find you foe. And I'll kill you. I don't care what you are. Yours? I found it. The artwork is mine. The 6 is so funny though. I didn't steal anything but Shadowheart here. Look, see, here's the thing. Because the artifact is supposed to be bound to Shadowheart, but because we went to prison and our items all being confiscated into one single chest. So I found the chest, took everything, and now the artifact is bound to me. I cannot give it back to Shadowheart. It's not Shadowheart's item anymore, it's mine. Neither.
And you just happen to stumble on the astral prison.
All caps.
At least you brought it back. It is a start. We will test you to assess whether you deserve reward or punishment. The astral prison. It is corrupted. There is someone inside. Their mind is warped, broken, a blight. They are an agent of the Grand Design, sent to sabotage the astral prison. Our last defense against the return of the Illithid Empire. As long as they live, the prism is compromised. Find the one inside and kill them. Be aware. They are not alone, and they will appeal to your trust. They are not to be believed. You must accept, refuse, and know my fury.
What? You're just level 1. Try to peer into Blackheath's mind. Oh my god. I don't work for deluded tyrants. I'll do as you wish. So the Dream Visitor is inside the artifact. I can't kill them. They protect me from the Absolute. After the second Absolute Mind Pulse, the artifact bounced to you, I believe. I don't think I have a second Mind Pulse. Third option. Can't you kill the one inside yourself? I thought gods were all powerful. I would say that, to be honest. See, here's the thing. It's the same thing in Divinity Original Sin 2. But in Divinity Original Sin 2, the gods were actually acknowledging that they are dying. But here's the different thing. In this game, the gods are just so delusional. They are all high and mighty, but they cannot kill something that's inside something. Are they really gods? You know what I mean? I thought they were all powerful. They can do anything. They are God. This might be like a very unpopular opinion, but this is how I feel about something like this. If you cannot do something as to kill something that's so small inside the astral prism, as you said so yourself, you cannot kill that thing. You ask a fucking immortal to kill the thing for you. Are you still a god? If you cannot do something like that. If you were to sink so low, if you were to sink so low as to ask me, a person who can die, to do that thing for you, I don't take that. You know, I really don't. I hate that. If you ask me to do that, you are no god. Period. I don't care what I don't care what others think. There's a reason why she asked you to do it, by the way. She has a reason, but she doesn't want to state it now? That's even worse. I actually kind of want to say this. I actually want to say this. This is how I feel. This is exactly how I feel about this. Might kill me, whatever, but this is how I feel.
Perhaps I misheard. You would not speak ill of a god, would you?
How are you a god if you cannot even kill? I spoke too hastily. I think a real god could kill whoever she wants. You know what? I did save, right? Let's try this. This is how I really feel, so if I die to her, sure. You know, sure. I just think a real god could kill whoever she wants.
Blaspheming tongue! You wish to see godhood! I wish you to end!
Oh. Hiya. See? You can do that. You can do that, but you cannot do that to the thing that is inside the fucking astral prism. That is even that pissed me off. It is so stupid. I had to do the fight over again. Oh god. Okay, so that was not an act of God. Is it not?
You
That
are
was just
permitted to look upon me. You are invited to kneel.
That's just level 9 spell called Wish. So that's not an actual god. It's a fakey dekey. It's a fakey dekey. I didn't know anything about spells, so yeah, that's enlightening. I mean, she did say wish you to end. It's so cute. This is good camera work, by the way.
You bear that which is ours. But are you friend or are you thief? And you just happened. At least you brought it back. We will test you. To the astral prism. There is someone inside. Their mind is warped. They are an agent of the grand design. Set as long as they live. Find the one in. You must accept. Refuse. And know my fury.
In theory, couldn't she also wish the person in the prism to die? Yeah. This is why I don't get the most. You see why this is pissing me off so much. She cannot? Why? She doesn't know his name? I never... Oh, person. Okay, person works. That's even worse. She sucks. Relatively loose as a spell, but there are still parameters. Then I don't like that. I hate it. Only 10? Really? Huh.
Behind the veil of the God Queen's outer thoughts, death, fear, paranoia. She fears the one inside the artifact more than anything in the world. But she's hiding something. The veil snaps back. Vlaakith's mind shut out to you forever.
The dream visitor inside the artifact. I can't kill them. They protect me from the absolute.
You are being lied to. I will be obeyed.
No, maybe I'll free the one inside. So if I say this, am I gonna die again? Oh, that... Wait! Whoa. If I were to free the one inside, she knows what they look like. She can do the wish spell on them. Job's done. If only she's not so close-minded, I'm pretty sure she's not gonna do that. It's like, oh my god, I need to be obeyed. It's like something like, ugh, fuck. No, in fact, I want to say this. Sorry, I'm really... How to say this? I'm really into the story? Can I say that? I don't know. I'm gonna say that anyway. I love it. But at the same time, I hate this shit.
Is that so?
Oh. Wait, they all approve.
Use this to enter the prism or deny me. The choice is yours. But know this. My wrath is carried with each of my faithful. It will find you.
Huh. Huh. Circle of Psionic Revenge. When you succeed a saving throw, the fall that caused the throw takes 1 to 4 psychic damage. I'm not a gift Yankee. Diadem of Arcane Synergy. Ooh. When one of your cantrip deals acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder damage, add your spellcasting modifier to the damage dealt. Don't know what that is. Ooh. So many things. The what? The skin burster? When the wielder deals melee damage with this weapon, they gain 2 turns of Force Conduit. What is a Force Conduit? I guess that reduced by 1... Huh? If the entity takes damage while it has 5 or more turns remaining, it deals 1 to 4 force damage in a 6 meters radius. It's not even that good, it feels like. Eh. She also wants something from him, not just his death. Figures. Let's release the thing inside.
Don't waste a step.
Hold on, let me just take everything first. So many shiny.
The statue starts to rotate, but its rusty
Won't turn
mechanism
like this.
jams stuck. The statue starts to rotate, but its rusty mechanism jams stuck.
Good here, I hope. Hey, good looking.
The statue starts to rotate, but its rusty mechanism jams stuck.
Ooh. Aren't you not trying to point to this thing?
No time
Lathander blesses the rising, bountiful sun. Lathander bids the setting sun a fond farewell.
Maybe you need to face each other. Oh, face towards the wall, maybe? Alright, look at the wall. No? Maybe you guys need to look at each other? Alright, I'm empty. Straight chunk of amber? You cannot fall prone while traversing icy terrain. If only I can...
Is this it? Seems a little underwhelming for a holy relic.
Oh, it's a blow of Lathander.
Lathander bids the setting sun a fond Lathander farewell. Blesses the rising, bountiful sun. Lathander bids the setting sun a fond farewell.
Where does the sun rises again? The sun rise in east? I mean, if it's east, then it's like here. And if sunrise from east, then it's supposed to be west.
Lathander bids the setting sun a fond farewell.
Yeah, this is not west. This is west. This is east. I'm right. Come on. One of them needs to face the direction of sunrises in the other where it sets. Sunrise in the east, sun sets in the west. I did it! Is this not west? Your map isn't turning the camera. Okay, this is. So north is here. This is north. So east and west.
The statue's
Oh.
Curious.
Yeah, I'm the best. This is all about the blow, Lathander. Secret stairway? Oh my god, pits.
Remarkable that this stayed hidden all this time.
If thou readst this, trespasser, turn back, lest your life be forfeit.
That helped.
Can I even go in? Energy source? There we go. Nice.
Lathander's light may be infinite, but his mercy is not. Return. Now.
What if no?
These boots have seen everything.
Oh, is that enough? Four. Yeah. Nice too.
The Morning Lord's wrath awaits, heretic. Retreat whilst thou can.
No. I don't read ancient English. I don't know what that is. Oh, there it is. Got him. I should save. Am I gonna fight something? Probably.
Blood of Lathander, as I barely live and hardly breathe.
Oh, it's a Satian amulet. Hee hee. Hi. Whoa. Whoa. Sheds holy light in a 6 meters radius. In combat, fiends and undead comes standing in light are blinded. Level 6 evocation what? Ooh. Can I take it? I mean, I can kind of take it. I mean, why not? It's mine.
An ornate mace hovers before you, suspended in a shaft of brilliant light. A fist-sized piece of amber flecked with crimson is set in the handle, emitting a radiance all its own.
It's
this
shiny.
mace certainly has a very unusual design.
Unusual design. Reaching the night, take the mace. Why not, right? Whatever you do, do not remove the mace. But it's so shiny. Yeah, must touch the shiny. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? It's just a mace. Your party dies. That's it. Never found this actually. Ooh. How can they kill my party? Okay, you know what? Yeah, I want to take
The
it.
glow around the mace sparkles with beautiful disaster. You recall all the measures meant to keep you from reaching this place. The brutal aches in your body yearn to take it, though you sense it will spell misfortune.
Resist the call to the dark. Leave the mace be. I did save. All good. Yeah, I did save. It's okay. Playing the mace, the light in its danger. The light is a danger. The light. I mean, it's legendary. It's very strong. Level 6 evocation spell. Have a mage hand take it. Ooh. I don't have a mage hand though. It's okay. Let's take it. Shadowheart disapproves, of course. Wee! Oh. Yay! Wow. Oh. Uh-oh. Explosion? I don't think I like that. Oh, it's the lens. Is it aiming?
Everything is in motion. All within these walls are doomed to destruction unless you act.
Help! Get me out of this thing before the whole building collapses!
I'll get them free. You find a way out of here.
I got inspired, no? Where's the one that I got just now? It's not here, but you have 4 rounds to get the fuck up before you die. There has to be something that I can interact with. Oh, I have to kill these things. And I can only do it with ranged. Energy portal is... Oh, that 4 things power this thing, powers this thing, so after this thing dies, we can get out. Ultimately, we just need to try to get Darkridge out. Crest's panel.
These things have stayed interesting.
Ooh, piercing resistance. Ooh, that's mean.
Keep a blood close.
No fire resistance, no lightning. I mean, not much I can do other than just shoot them.
No time to waste.
Yeah, this doesn't work.
Got to keep moving.
for a good meal.
Do they immune? Yeah, they're immune to poison. Okay, what else do I have? Don't I have acid? That's not as much damage as I thought.
Soldier?
Wait, maybe don't.
Alright, what now?
Can you shoot? Holy smokes, me didn't expect the diet to affect energy and sleep like it does. Gahoy hoy. Gahoy hoy, Pinky. Welcome, welcome. This needs Metro Escape music. What is that? Hope you're doing good.
Think you can take me out?
Ooh, this one is too far. Can't you scout the portal now that your character is free? Oh, what did I think about that? Can I do? Honestly, I don't know if I can. Let me try to destroy these 4 things. I think I can just destroy the thing.
What now?
Wits and blades, always sharp.
Fire? Oh, you know fire resistance. Ignis! Oh, Ignis is good!
I'd love to, thanks. Up to.
That's not a bad damage. Nice! Oh, no, I'm already outside, game. I'm already outside. If only dual crossbow monk. It's okay. Monk and bonk. Yay!
All's well that ends. Not
Confetti noises.
Confetti noises. Wasn't mine a solution? There was small in the way into the crest. Once you do that, you can take the mace without issue. What crest? So many things. No, there's too many things. There's a specific crest you find in a monastery above. A crest that I can find?
Terribly.
Yeah.
Indeed. I don't know what I'd look for in a final resting place, but this isn't it.
We'll be more cautious in future. Probably. Maybe.
Maybe. This break thing is better. The one for free, the mace is fine. Is it? Oh wait, is it a Dawnbreaker crest? I can't use this mace. Yeah, I think I have the Dawnbreaker's crest. In combat, fiends and undead standing in the line are blinded unless they succeed a constitution saving throw. 8 to 13 damage. That sucks. Shadowheart can have it. Do you like the Blood of Latenda or do you like Spear of Night? Not asking. You're using this. A beam of brilliant light sears and blinds all creature in its path. Gimmick with the mace blind against undead and fiends, which is good because it gives advantage. And give the bonk. Oh my god, it's a laser.
Looking ahead.
Only once per long rest though. Give it the bonk. Right, what was I doing again? Only turn undead or fiends that are blind up in the maze, cutting on and off the defenders like in the passive type with pulse turn damage, so you can one hit KO any undead that you manage to turn of it. And turn undead is such a fun spell. I only use it once, I think. But it sure looks fun. While concentrating on the spell, the warrior's weapon attack deals an additional 1 to 4 psychic damage. Ooh, okay. Alright, I'm ready to unleash the horror. I never trusted a dream visitor anyway, so yeah.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't. Take that back! Don't do it! Are you sure I'm gonna enter Astral Prism? Yeah.
Heat pulses out of the astral prism as it begins to flower. Your mind burns hot with excitement.
Ow. Hi. Don't do it! I know this place. Whoa. City D20. Oh, is that the shape of a D20? Oh my god. That's clever.
A timeless space, bounded, compressed in a fold. A pocket of astral plane.
It's quite beautiful. Though dangerous things often are.
Oh, what's that? Astral gravity? Different on Fey Rune. Immune to falling damage and its jump distance tripled. Whee!
Let's have a look.
Let's see, where the failed INT check may hurt you. Yeah, I don't know, honestly. Sometimes the check is just weird. Divine Bone Shard. Mine. Finally, a place where the game runs at 60 FPS. Huh? A fuzzy tail trailing behind? Huh? They depict a dragon soaring above two individuals, one standing tall, the other kneeling. A circle is drawn around them, a fuzzy tail trailing behind. They are riding a comet. Is this like someone's OC riding a comet? Death. I love I could just jump to my death. Wee. 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 Oh, the jump is a buggy mess.
Don't touch me.
Wee.
I've got a long road ahead.
Amazing chest ahead. Never gets old, that one. I was too dense. Wee. Mine. Ooh, shiny. And then arrows. I was surprised that I can destroy all the constructs just now at the traps now. Just a tad bit surprised, to be honest. I thought I was dead for sure. Weapon attacks deal additional damage equal to affected entity's spell casting ability modifier. I cannot say that I understand what it says, but I can give it to Astarion because Astarion is not wearing anything. There you go. Have a circle. Nice.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Whee! Where do I go? There's nothing here. What? Beckoning cave?
So you came, in spite of all my warnings. Disappointing.
Yeah, you gonna kill me now?
Come, we will talk in private. Just the two of us.
I'm not leaving my companions behind. I pressed it.
Suit yourself. But only the leader of your group is coming in. I will not allow anyone else.
Oh, don't look at me. That is all yours.
Starion. Give me a moment.
A moment. Nothing more.
I'm pretty sure I'm gonna fight them one by one and one-on-one. You know, fight to the death! How dare you defy me, stupid! Something like that, probably.
Here we go.
Alright, going in.
You are the one in charge, aren't you? Come in.
Yeah, sure.
A moment.
A moment, nothing more. Alright, that makes 2 moments. Sometimes it's an entire thing, like this meadow is a dangerous swamp. Me hopes so. Me hopes for the latter kind.
You are the one in
Okay.
aren't you? I may have made a mistake trusting you. I told you to stay away from the Githyanki, but you just couldn't help yourself. Could you?
I don't trust you. How can I even trust you? Game? I think the game is stuck.
You are a worthy ally.
What? Still refusing a Githyanki queen's orders. That was bold. Of course. Explain now, or I'll do what I do best. Why did you stop this? Why did you stop the Zaithis from removing my tadpole? You're mistaken. I'm here to kill you. If Vlakiv told me you're an agent of the Elite Grand Design. I want to ask all of this. But I think most of all, I hate them both. I hate Vlakiv and I hate you, Dream Visitor. What's with all this air of mystique around all of you? It's like, why don't you just speak? Communicate, you fucks. I was like, in time, you know. In time, you know. You dare to defy me? Do as I tell you. Why? Because I'm not gonna tell you. So why? I hate it. Why? Speaking of which, how are the tadpoles doing? I think the tadpole is getting stronger, question mark? Okay, Vlakiv told me you're an agent of the edited grain design.
I told you I stole the artifact from someone. Well, I stole it from Vlakith. Since then, she has become desperate.
I detected her
Vlakith
thoughts.
wants me dead because I know her secret. It is a secret so great that if her people ever found out, that would be the end of her rule, the end of her. That same secret is how I've been protecting you from the Absolute.
Finally,
I can hear
answers.
your thoughts. You think I'm lying. Vlakith warned you that I would try to deceive you. But consider this. What reason have I to deceive you? I want the same thing as you. Freedom.
Finally.
I'm on your side. I have been
No.
since the very beginning.
Luna Light Moonglow. Hi. Welcome in. Welcome in, everyone. How you doing? How is Baldur's Gate 3? Here, let me do this real quick as well. There we go. Also, welcome in everyone from the Raiders. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobold. Play a bunch of games. I love fighting games, and I do art occasionally. Welcome in. Rory Space Fish. Fish. Oh, hi. Doing good. Had a lot of fun tonight. Went back to the goblin camp after running around the Underdark. Ooh, nice, nice.
Hello, and welcome.
Although I'm kind of far in. There's spoiler here. I'm not gonna press anything for now, but just know that there's spoilers. I'm quite far into the game, I would say, but I'm glad you enjoyed the game. Yeah, this game is really good, especially when I first went to Goblin Camp and I just like fought the same thing for 4 hours because I keep dying. Fun times. No worries, as in you're okay with spoilers? Fancy sword want? Yeah. I mean, Cobalt want things. I kinda want that. Probably have to leave for the time being. I'm only around the Goblin camp currently. Been farther, but not past Act 1. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Like, if you want to avoid spoilers, I would appreciate a lurk. Look away, mute the tab.
Hello, and welcome.
Thank you for the follow, Luna Light and Rory Fish. By the time I get there, I'll have forgotten I'm a derpy bun bun. Oh, derpy bun bun. Okay lah, it's okay. I'm also quite a dumb bold. It's okay. Then I'll keep going. Thanks for the raid again, Luna Light. Honestly, I might forget myself, but but hey yo. Alright, I'm gonna continue now. See, finally Dream Visitor is telling me something, and what Dream Visitor says right now makes sense. It clicks with the puzzle because I cast Detect Thoughts on Vlakith. And Vlakith is in desperation. And what Dream Visitor says makes sense. Finally. I can trust someone. Finally, some answers to all the air of mystique around these characters. Finally. Just 20k on this axe sub boss and boss in the same turn. See? You're too strong already. You can bulldoze the whole place already. I told Vlakiv I wouldn't kill you. I meant what I said. Get up. Vlakiv be damned if she wants you that she can kill you herself. Is this some kind of trick? I'm sorry, I don't want to do this, but I'm more afraid of Vlakiv than I am of you. You have to die. See, now I trust Dream Visitor. I would not kill Dream Visitor. I didn't tell Vlakiv I will not kill you. I just told Vlakiv that I will unleash you. But now that you told me about this, I will not kill you. I deliver Yip's bow and I got from Act 1. Yeah, get up.
It seems I was right to put my faith in you after all. Thank you. Vlakith will be furious, to make no mention of your Githyanki companion. The Lich Queen fears nothing more than the loss of her empire. The knowledge I have of her deception will bring that about.
Can you help me fight against the Vlakiv? Vlakiv's a goddess. What could you possibly know that would bring down her empire? Lich Queen? So it's not God?
Godlike in power, yes, but with none of the sanctity.
So it's a fake god.
Is lying to her people. She pretends to know how Gith destroyed the Mind Flayer Empire. In truth, she knows nothing. If the Illithid Empire were ever to return, she would be incapable of stopping them. And if her people found out about her impotence, there would be mutiny, revolution, the end of her rule. But that very power, the power to resist Illithid control, which Vlakith only pretends to know, is how I've been protecting you. I suppose she hoped to extract it from my corpse. Since you spared me that fate, she will come for you.
And then she'll just wish my team dead again. Not fake god, better god. She's a false god. Then again, it's possible to say gods in D&D. Really? Ooh, okay. She will come for you. Let her try. I protect my allies. That's a problem. I should have killed you. What's the power? What's with all these choices? 3 words, 4 words, 3 words, 5 words, 3 words. You know what? Let her try. She's gonna wish my team death again. That's a problem.
I did warn you not to come here. But that curious streak of yours has brought us this far. I believe you will overcome this too. I have delayed long enough. The next attack is overdue, and I can't risk you being caught in the middle of it. I need you out there, searching for the Absolute. You were on the right path, to Moonrise Towers. Return to it. I hope you are ready to face Blackith's wrath. The entire Kresh stands ready to kill you in her name. Good luck.
I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need it. Just saying. Where's Shadowheart? It's the little beep beep boop boop cannot jump. A little beep beep boop boop cannot even jump. I hate it. Whee!
Let's move.
The way is blocked now. For good.
How do I get out? Oh, okay. What? What? Can I interact with this? Oh, there it is. Portal to material plane. Alright, time to fight Volakith. Hi, Evie. Stinky.
I'm glad you came to your senses. Now leave, before the others come for us.
Ah, crap. Hope you're doing good, Evie. Oh, Karak's encumbered. Wait, since when do we have Forever Blast?
Still alive, so that's progress.
When the wearer reduces thunder damage, lightning damage, or radiant damage, 2 times the reverberation upon the target. It's okay, I guess.
Don't mind if I do.
I'm sure this is fine. Oh. Oh, it's ominous outside. Oh. Oh, that's ominous. What is this? Why is there no one here? Hmm? Oh, hi, Savior. Well, no one's here. Everything is mine. Simple as that, huh? Oh, these things are kind of heavy. I think you got the blessing because it made some statue blast whenever you wake up. Probably. Damn, it almost feels like they are setting up for an ambush here. You know what I mean? You know, as the Githyanki's always do.
Sentry! Intruder spotted. Hitaka!
don't want to say which statue because work made me miss what your progress is, and it could be spoiler. It's okay. Cuties, where? It's okay, yeah, cute yourself. Wow, miss, crit, miss, and a 5? This game is great sometimes. I don't want to engage.
Oh.
Oh. Nah. Nah. Yours.
Yep.
I'm very angry.
Knees high.
%65%. Cool. Cool. I just dropped by to see the game my two friends, Sparkly and Squirt, tell me this game looks cool. Yeah, this game's pretty cool, yeah. Enjoying the game so far. This game is amazing.
Let's go.
Pew pew. Wow, thanks game. Pew. Nice. Ow. 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 Yeah? Ow. Yep. Yep. Alright, who's up with some sunbeam? Who like beams? I know I do. I don't know if Kala can actually take damage from this one. All creatures in this path. Yeah, well, I'm sure Kala can handle this. Wee! Kala took the most damage. Don't worry about it, Kala. Look at this. Yeah, Karlach's big tank. The power of an active heart. You love to see it. Are we double blinded? Hey yo. I mean, with this I can jump for free. Oh my god. There we go. Wee! Boom. Yo. Shit, they parried. Nice. Nice. Yeet. Oh my god. Crit miss. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Too much crit miss.
Let's turn someone inside out. Yes, here.
I'm pretty sure they can still shoot me here, right? Yeah. Too high.
Have to keep going.
At the ready.
Oh, I cannot jump. Hmm. Very tempting. As much as I kind of want to do it. Fine, I'm not doing it. How many points? 2? Boom, boom.
Do the flop.
Do the flop? I need the loot, I need the loot. Ow! Fuck.
Covered.
Let's shoot them. Oh, pets. Thank you, Tinari. Also, welcome in. Oh my god.
Let's have some fun. This will do nicely.
Pew pew. Cool.
Talk to me.
Not enough movement. Oh boy. Nice. Hi, how you doing? No, I'm too thick again. Also, I hope you are doing good. What is this? Cup of oil? Crossbow of arcane force? Oh, is one other skill. Arcane ammunition. Infuse your crossbow bolts with arcane energy. Your ranged weapon attack deals an additional 1 to 4. Ooh, okay. Okay. I like it, I like it.
No time to rest.
Can't sleep, so I'm on Twitch. Oh. Is it insomnia working?
Always room for more. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Oh wait, I already stole everything from here. Yeah, I already stole everything from here. Who? Oh, what? There's only 2 of you? Sure.
You picked the wrong fight, friend.
Alright, Karlak. It's go time.
Wow, stinky.
Under their noses.
Nice. But why?
Over here.
Target is too far. Oh, holy shit. Oh, wow. Oh my god, you are mad pissed. Okay.
On the move.
Check you. Insomnia, I guess it's okay. Yeah. Insomnia is rough. This game looks really fun. At least I personally enjoyed this game a lot. I love. I don't have key points anymore. I'll heal. That's a chunky heal.
Bye forever, pal. Cry about it.
Nuh-uh. Nice. Nice. And shopping. Okay. Good luck with shopping, Pinky. Hi, how you doing? Nice. Wow. Take you. Am I still dazed? I can't. What is this?
This is gonna feel good.
Thank you. Oh, 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 all the yips, all the kobo. Welcome back, Ryan. Hopefully, gaming went well.
Yep.
Yep. Oh no, Shadow is already.
Never a dull moment. Here goes nothing.
The yips are coming. No, there should be a happy face. The yips. Oh. We played Arma 3 and then a bit of Zombie Army Trilogy.
Open up.
Speaking of Zombie Army though, I've been playing a little bit of... Oh, actually, quite a lot of... Back 4 Blood. And it's really great. I love the game. It has been a while. The game feels good. Just shooting zombies. Shooting zombies. Game's fun. Did you ever play Left 4 Dead? I heard there was barely any comparison between the two. I did play a lot of Left 4 Dead 2. Not a lot of 1, to be honest, but 2 a lot. I used to be a very scaredy person. I can't even handle anything that's remotely as horror. Like, even a tad bit of horror can, like, scare the shit out of me. But I do enjoy Left 4 Dead. It's a really good game. Oh, okay, we're all encumbered. Like last night, I've been playing with my sister on... I'm playing with my sister Left 4 Dead. Played Left 4 Dead with my sister. English. Weird. Because this week is a school holiday, so she finally has some time to spare to play some games. And then she's like, hey, 你要玩 Left 4 Dead more? It's like, do you want to play Left 4 Dead? It's like, okay, sure. Because she mentions that she likes to shoot zombies, no, as like a de-stressing activity. It's like, yeah, I get you.
Just a brief respite.
This imperious portrait of the Githyanki warrior queen seems somewhat less so when adorned with your embellishments.
Embellishments. But Left 4 Dead is pretty fun. Also, speaking of Left 4 Dead, I've been watching a YouTuber play like high level Left 4 Dead gameplays, and it's like really fun. And then learning something about like I can crouch down in front of a witch. I can crouch in front of a witch, wait for her to get up slowly, and then shoot him in the head with a shotgun close point blank, and you can one shot the witch dead. It's like, oh wow, that's something. And I did it once last night. It's like, oh my god, that is the best feeling ever. You painted on it too? Of course, I have to. Gonna cause some trouble. How many? Oh, that's a lot of them.
You've made a grave mistake.
Miss this. With finesse.
45%? Oh shit. Oh shit, caught a spell? That feels like shit. Nice. Not nice. Come out, coward. Nuh-uh. What? What? What'd you do? What'd you do? What? I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do a long rest soon.
Got to press on.
I like spear.
Aye, aye.
Damage. Damage. Nice. What did the spiritual weapon ever do to you? Oh god, ow. Thanks, game.
Time to press ahead.
Hi, how you doing? Bong bong. Damage. Get deleted. One of the little cat monster thing was in the box, but I thought I already killed it. And then it just happened again. The campaign I'm playing with my friends is cursed cause we keep accidentally creating situations for everyone. We just try to save lives. Well, mine is unintentional.
Shall we cut and run?
Pew pew? Yeah, pew pew. Pew pew. Pew. Oh my god. Did you make it to last light in already? Yes. It's a first place that I went to, and something kind of terrible happened. It's not my fault, by the way. It's not my fault. Ignis. Ooh, damage.
Let's get your fire, baby.
Nuh-uh. When you deal acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder damage, using a spell or cantrip, the element infuses your weapon. Oh, wow. Ah, shit. The cleric got kidnapped in our campaign and we ended up killing all the druids to protect the tieflings too. Well, yeah. Isabel is so paper. That happened. It's not because I wanted it to happen, it's because I mistake fighting Isabel? How? I mean, Isabel got kidnapped on my end. Holy shit. You sure I'm gonna do that?
Time for some bloody work.
Bong bong. Yeah, now he's doing an evil run. I need to go sell things. Alright. This is Kresh Yiliak. This is where we left off of. Shopping them. Okay, let's go to Underdark. Oh, before that, let me save. I mean, in my case, Jaheira is sabotage. Jaheira casts the ice spell that makes the floor like become ice. That spell, and it caused my whole team to go prone, and Isobel just dies afterwards. Like, yeah, that's fucked. That's sus. You know, we have a sussy Jaheira in this game. I can't believe it. So yeah, that's how it happened.
Yes? You have news?
Yeah. Traitor. How could you? Jaheira did something? She totally did.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
I'm gonna pet Scratch to ease my pain. Scratch. She didn't do anything in my run. Well, better than she do something.
sooner we get out of this Gith Warren, the better.
Walking freely out of a Githyanki creche. A miracle if ever I've seen one. And trust me, I've seen quite a few.
Hi, Will.
In my years as the Blade, I've witnessed countless cruelties, faced unimaginable evil. But Thorn, he is made of pure hate. The Sword Coast will rejoice when the bastard's fallen.
Yeah.
My father is somewhere in this tower. I won't leave him in Thorn's hands. And lest we forget, we've a devil to rescue. 2 missions, 1 destination.
Any idea where we'll find Duke Ravengard now that we've reached Moonrise?
Not in a mere prison cell, certainly. My guess, Thorn will have confined him in the bowels of the tower.
Sounds about
The deeper we
right.
dig, the closer we get.
Yeah, sounds about right.
My first tour of a Githyanki creche. Memorable, to be certain, but the service left something to be desired.
Looks like we're done here. Pity. This place has been a wild ride.
What does Laser have to say about that? I started the fight by casting heat metal on the one winged dude and casting turn that on all the winged minions.
I suppose not many can boast that they've been to a Githyanki creche and survived. Perhaps that's a good omen for our chances going forward, if you're feeling optimistic.
Oh, Laser is pissed. Laser doesn't like what I did.
Your skull buzzes as the events of Crash Yillik flow from your mind into Lae'zel's.
Oh boy.
No, it can't be. All I have given you, my might, my trust, and you left me here to idle, for you to deny my venerated queen. I have wielded Vlaakith's fury as a blade, roared her wrath as a dragon, and you have rendered it all for naught. Now I will be branded as Sharlak, traitor, because you failed Vlaakith. My own people will hunt me. Had I been there, the queen would have known my faith. I would have seen her bidding done.
My character's like, whoa, hey, chill, fuck, jeez, wow, hey. I brought Lae'zel along in my run. She saw me nearly die, so she was like, yes, fuck Vlaakith. Oh, she actually hates Vlaakith after that? Cool. Yeah, Lae'zel is not happy. It will make no difference. Vlaakith entered this for us all to die. Tell Lae'zel what happened in the artifact. Vlaakith's mission was untenable. Sorry, I should have taken you with me. Your queen's a tyrant and the situation was fast. How do you not see that? She still has faith in her god, but she's also very confused by her god. I guess I should tell Lae'zel what happened in the artifact. But Lae'zel is not gonna take this shit. It's like, lies, bitch, you stupid fuck. You listen to that dream fucking dwarf, stupid. But I said my piece.
100,000 daggers pierce your brain as Lae'zel's anger rises.
Yeah.
Its lies ring so loudly, I hear them screeching from your head to mine. There is no secret. There is no plot. Tell me you don't trust it. Tell me you reject this abomination inside.
I can. The figure was right. The Githyanki went hostile, just as it said. I've seen enough to know Vlakiv can't be trusted. I believe it. The Zayathis could have killed us, but this entity intervened. I don't trust it, Lazel. On this, we see eye to eye. Goodness, how to choose between an evil queen and a strange entity in the box? Yeah, can I choose neither? Evil queen and a strange entity in a box. In a box. Oh shit, I don't even know anymore. But one thing's for sure is that I cannot trust Vakiv. I do not trust Vakiv at all. Like zero. I do not trust her. To my knowledge, Vakiv being a false god is already enough of a reason for me to don't trust her. Also, hi Crypt. Are you gonna win hostile here, Lazel? But I have to say I can't. Vika was right. The Githyanki went hostile just as it says. They did win hostile. It's either 1 or 5 for me. But 5 might be a little too disrespectful for Lazel to take in. And like she might just leave my camps like fuck you. And for that I might just choose 1. No disrespect, just saying my piece, you know?
Because you were reckless and impolitic. Vlakiv gave you but one task, and you failed.
Silence follows, as loud as thunder, as heavy as lead.
I will prove to the Undying Regent that my faith is steadier than even the throne of skulls that she sits upon. I will endure this test, and she will reward me. Then you will understand. You will see truth. I won't let my faith, my life, come to nothing.
That doesn't sound comfy.
I am Vlakith's most loyal servant. She will not abandon me.
I'd like to join me. I am Vlakith's most loyal servant. I would like you to join me.
Greetings.
Oh, glad we're back to normal. Thank you. Alright, all good, Lazel. Now, chill out. Everything is gonna be fine. And don't worry about it.
One day I'll catch a break.
Scratchu.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Scratchu. Scratchu. Oh, Scratchu. Oh my god, the Scratcher. Your game is chugging. My PC is gonna explode. Did it close and reopen? Does that help? Oh, weird. Oh god. Ah, my urge is rising. Help. Hi. The fuck? You're trying to kill me?
Tylra Vlakith. Has our queen sent a knight to slay me with his own blade?
Such informality, child. Does Justil Kithrak not command your respect?
Your blade speaks for you, Kithrak. You've come for blood.
Child of Gith, I've not come to kill you. I've come to aid you.
The fuck?
Don't trust him.
Skakek Kia Gith Shabeleth. My blade rests. Mother Gith compels you to listen.
Fine, we'll hear what you have to say before we gut you. Your queen hunts us. Why in the hell should we listen to you? See, this is a fair point. Now their queen wants to hunt us, and why are you suddenly here? You know, why should we listen to you? Because your queen is trying to hunt us now. Give me a reason, and I think my hostility is well justified. Alright?
Because I know who you are. And I know about the Astral Prism. Within it lies the seed of Vlaakith's demise. And I intend to help you bring it to fruition.
Whoa.
Vlaakith's demise. Skaketh. I should run you through for suggesting it.
Are you talking about the person inside? Do you know who that is? Why are you asking of us, Voss? You might be either a fool or a hero to work against your own queen. I'm not giving you the Astral Prism if that's what you're wanting. Do you know who that is?
If they have not said, they must have good reason. And I won't be the one to betray them. But the one inside's chosen you as an ally, protects you with their power.
How do you know about this?
That very power will be the end of Vlaakith's tyranny. The Prism's tenant must be let loose. I've sought their freedom for eons. When the Prism went missing, I feared the worst. Instead, you've granted the opportunity I've so long awaited. All that remains is the key that unchains them. And I've found someone who I believe can provide it. Bring the Prism to Baldur's Gate. I'll be waiting in a tap room called Shares's Caress. That is where we decide the fate of my people. Lae'zel, together we will break our chains and be Vlaakith's slaves no longer.
I am no slave, just still Kithrak. The Undying Queen is my freedom. It is she who will purify me, and she who will ascend me.
Lies, Lae'zel, every last one. There is no purification, no ascension. The Zaith-Isk does not purify, it extracts memory and kills the infected. Nor does the Lich Queen glorify the ascended. She feeds on most all of them to grow her power and pursue godhood.
Madness! You flood me with this heresy. I will hear no more of it.
Everything he says makes sense. Everything he says is all... I can't say it's the truth for now, but it does piece the puzzle together. You know what I mean? It does. It totally does. Everything that he said, especially the Zaithist kills... Zaithist kills, pretty much. Let me check. Yeah, especially this one. Extracts memory and kills the infected. The Lich Queen glorified the Ascended. She feeds on most all of them to grow her power and pursue godhood. This one I cannot prove to be right, but it does piece the puzzle together somehow. Yeah, it does piece things together. This is chance to earn Vlaakith's redemption? Nah. Vlaakith lets you astray. I believe him, and so should you. What do you want to do, Lae'zel? I have your back. He speaks true of the Zaithis. You need to trust him. Okay, here's the thing. Dream Visitor says do not trust him. Me as a player trust what he says. Because everything that seems to click. I trust him though. There's no way... There's no way that Voss just comes out to me and then just like doesn't kill me. Instead, he kneels as Kithrak. I assume Kithrak's like higher rank, right? I think I trust him. I think I trust him. Oh, they'll approve. Laser? Laser?
I served Vlaakith the whole of my life. Learned her words, fought her battles, yet she names me her Sharlak. Your words carry truth.
Thank you,
I will
Laser.
meet you in Baldur's Gate. Do not make me regret it.
Lae'zel, I see Talak Magir in you, sister in freedom. Together we will be our people's light. Take this. It is a Quanith, a psionic detector. The Queen's warriors hunt you. The Quanith will sound you out when you come near their portals. Hear its cry and prepare for battle, or slip away.
Oh, okay. That is huge.
Vlaakith's gaze pierces the seas and skies. She believes me loyal, and I can't afford her mistrust. Keep the astral prism close. Let no one take it from you. Slay any who try.
Been doing that.
Now to Baldur's Gate. I'll be waiting, Lae'zel.
God, the story's so good. I am actually fucking invested. Ally with Voss, the achievement told me good luck? I'm dead. Wait, the achievement told me good luck. I'm so dead. Ally with Voss against the Githyanki God Queen. Good luck. I cannot. Oh, the game is so good. I am so invested. I am so genuinely invested. That is so good. Man. That was amazing. I mean, throughout this whole game, of course, there are some like downtimes. There are at certain point the game is like a little bit uninteresting, especially during Act 1. Some parts in Act 1 is like kind of underwhelming. And then Act 2 comes in, it's like bombard you with everything that's amazing. Music, environment, characters, stories. Fuck! Shit, it's so good. Oh man, I'm so glad I'm playing this game.
Lae'zel's going to war with Vlaakith? Going to break her chains in Baldur's Gate? Good for her.
Good for her. Is this Halsin? Last light has been bulldozed, Luke Damon. Yeah. Karlach might die.
So we're going to meet Voss in the city, are we? Set the tenant of the prison free? This is all very, I don't know. I like a good caper, but I'd long for a tiny bit of status quo now and again.
What's a status quo? See, now I can now find someone who can tune the engine in Karlach.
I didn't expect Lae'zel to turn on the Lich Queen so readily. Wonders never cease.
Talk to me, Lae'zel. Must be hard to take it in.
Vlaakith Kosivim Chrath Crashet. Only in Vlaakith may we find light. These were the first words I ever read on Tirsu slate. But they are no mere aphorism. They are law. They are creed. The root from which the 10,000 protocols stem. Forsake one protocol, and forsake Vlaakith. Forsake Vlaakith, and be the blood and meat which sates her dragons.
If Voss speaks true, if Ascension is a lie, if tadpole purification is a fairy tale, then I have not sinned against Vlaakith. She has sinned against me.
Oh. Who is the one in the prism, do you think? And if Voss is wrong, if his claims are wrong and Vlaakith's are real, obviously it's about time you figured it out. Status quo just means current situation. Ah, okay. What does Ascension entail exactly?
Ascension is a young Githyanki's greatest honor. Long ago, the Geich enslaved my people. They dominated our minds and bred us for war, until Great Mother Gith took a hammer to our bonds. From the day of our hatching, young Gith have one purpose: to train hard enough to slay a Geich and take its head. Then, we speak the rite of Ascension, and a red dragon comes to fly us to Vlaakith in Tunarath, City of Death.
Ooh.
We are honored with an eternal home in the Astral, celebrated for our victory. We are ascended. Or so I believed.
I feel for Lazel. This must all be so much to take in. A Voss called Vlaakith a tyrant doesn't mean they agree. I don't think she agrees. She's like contemplating about this.
I'd never thought Vlaakith a tyrant, or me as a vassal. She was the source of my might, and I the envoy of her will. A warrior, a champion, a destroyer. But if Voss is right, and Vlaakith consumes the Ascended to gain power, then I am no destroyer. I am mere livestock, bred to be harvested and devoured. Every Githyanki is a slave with a singular purpose. Not to cull the Geich, not to prevent their grand design, but to raise Vlaakith to true godhood.
Damn. This is all not even for Lazel. It's all so much for you to take in as well. Shit. Who is the one in the prism, do you think?
I don't know. I can't know. And that drives me mad. At first, I thought them an illithid deception, a trick of the tadpole. But the dream figure is real. It lives in the prism. Voss believes they are the seed of Vlaakith's demise and the agent of Githyanki freedom. And I believe he may be right.
Oh, okay. And if Voss is wrong, see, if is the word here. If his claims are wrong and Vlaakith's are real,
then when the Kithraki come for me, and come they will, I will submit to their blades. They would feed me to their dragons, and I would deserve no better.
fair point. Let's move on.
Yes, I'd like time to think. We'll meet Kithrak Voss at Cheres's Caress in Baldur's Gate. Until then, be vigilant. Vlaakith's eyes are upon us.
How do people still finish this game in a day? in 2 weeks? How? I don't get it. It's impossible. There's so many things to do in this game. It's crazy. I'm going in. Sleepoo, sleepoo. The story is so good. Oh, were you here before, Jaheira?
Yes? You have news?
I don't know, I finished it a bit. But it seems I missed a few things. See, that's the beauty of Larian Studios. It seems like it's a one-off thing, but it totally is not. I learned that from Divinity Original Sin 2. I played it multiple times, haven't finished it a single time, and almost every playthrough I found something new. Be it dialogue, be it secrets, be it loot. There's always something new. I don't know how they managed to do that, but they did it.
Copper for your thoughts.
See, that is the reason why I love Larian Studios quite a lot.
Scratch's tail wags enthusiastically.
Scratchu! Scratchu! Oh my god,
Scratch's
Scratchu!
tongue lolls out happily, his tail wagging even faster.
Scratchu! Scratchu! Uh-oh. Scratch, why? Is that not the right ball? Oh. It's a fake ball. Damn, this ball is strong. I cannot destroy the ball. How? Oh my god, the ball is too strong. Help. The ball is too strong. Go get him. Go get him. Go get him. Whee! Uh-oh. Must run. Scratch is coming. Scratch is coming. Yeah, get juked. Get juked, Scratch. Get juked. Oh, Scratch is a little bit faster than me, question mark? Oh, he's taking a shortcut. Oh. Alright, let's go sell things. Clean out the inventory. Cleaning out the inventory, and then we're gonna continue doing what I was doing. I already forgot. Oh yeah, the crash. Gonna do more crash thing. Who do you sell stuff to? The Hobgoblin in Underdark. Because there's also the Omelum. So I don't need to go to multiple places. And then there's also the dwarf there. There's 3 merchants there. I can pretty much sell everything without having to go to multiple places.
Welcome back. Have you made it? I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
I can't go back to Underdark now. No more merch in my current run. Huh? Did they just like, you cannot fast travel back to Underdark Myconic colony? Is that it? That's kind of weird. Hypnotized creatures that can see the pattern. They cannot attack you. They cannot move or act. Wow. Necklace of elemental augmentation. Oh. Is this the crest I'm supposed to put on the mace? What do you call it again? The mace. The weapon. Oh fuck. Alright. Ah. They could have all been prevented. Okay. I mean, all good. Oh, who doesn't like a little bit of a distraction? And a bit of a danger? Am I right or am I right? Schluck? Oh, I cannot read it now. Hmm. Ooh. Tree gold? Hmm. I don't know what this is. I can just sell this one. There, thanks for the money.
Very well.
Also, there's one note that I want to read. This one. The slate is densely packed with carvings. A few words recur throughout. Force, schlick, Vlakiv loyalty. A note has been written over the text in common. Voss traitor? Is Voss traitor? To them? Yeah. To me? No.
I greet you, Sunchild.
They're not even heavy. Cobalt only... The cobalt only costs 1 gold? God, this game, I cannot believe it. Cobalt only 1 gold. That's rude. Oh wait, this is the ring you gave me. Here, have it back. When wielded by a gift Yankee, this weapon deals an additional 1 to 4 psychic damage. Conditional 1d4. Nah, it's not as strong. Also, this one I think I can just sell it. Okay, the helmets are not as heavy. You're selling kobolds? No, I'm not. I cannot sell them, they're too adorable. $38, $16, $34. Yeah, 1 gold. Do you have potion? Oh, le boop. Kobolds are pretty cute. Kobold number 1. No bias, by the way, no bias. Don't worry about it. There's no bias. There's no bias. It's just that they're number 1. Nothing I can sell for 1 gold. Alright, you can keep your 1 gold. You can keep your 1 gold.
So many minds connected. What could they accomplish?
Very well. What? Now Balin's dead. I've got to get myself... You come across a noble stock mushroom about. You give it here. Gods know I've earned it.
I got 2,000 gold. Wow. He died in your game? Oh, you mean Balin? Did you explode him? I did not want to explode it. I don't know how can I not explode the thing. I was ducking. I was moving very slowly and the thing still explodes. I don't know how to do that. I'm feeling a little sleepy because I didn't drink coffee today. Oh god. I blame not drinking coffee. You either sneak around from the left side via a jumping method, then there's some trap that's right beside him. But everything that's around him will explode, right? I had a misstep scroll through. Hey, that actually works? Oh wait, the AI knows how to use scroll? That... Oh wow, wait, that is actually really fucking cool. I'm just thinking that this is an actual dragon egg. Let me see if I can steal Kabalakan to Underdark. I mean, maybe? Carl can hold the egg. I'm holding the kobold because I love them. Alright, let's go back to Kreshyelik. Kreshyelik. Yush. I kind of want to go toilet for a little bit. Yeah, I'll be right back. I want to go. I want toilet. I'll put it on me like that. See? Alright, I'm gonna go toilet real quick. BRB very fast. Okay. Let me. Oh wait, can I unequip this? Cool. Nah, actually playing with violin sounds better. I mean, I love the whistling though. I love whistling, like a lot. Actually, of Divinity and Sin is pretty good. Okay, I'll be right back. Look at my bard play for y'all, and I remember I succeeded in my performance check. When I come back, I'm gonna have like 1 gold all around my character. Okay, 1 gold, yay! Alright, I'll be right back. Okay. Mbeku. Let me just... There we go. The big fight was an infirmary, right? Yeah. I haven't looted the stuff there yet, so... Oh. Is that fire? Oh my god. That is actually fire. Apparition Hunter's Amulet. A gift Yankee wearing this amulet has advantage on intelligence saving throws. Apparitions also have disadvantage on attack rolls against them. Ancient Grudges? Touch your amulet to subsume a sliver of the knowledge of the gift. You gain advantage on attack rolls against aberrations. Only against aberrations? Okay.
Might be useful.
It's the anti-mind flayer amulet. Oh! Oh! It's the Squidman... Oh, the Squidman is aberration. Oh. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Fruit porridge? Wait, fruit porridge? What kind of barbarian made this? What is this barbarian made food? Fruit porridge. Oh god. I am in pain. What is that? I mean, oh, speaking of barbarian making food, I went to Sushi Mentai like about 2 weeks ago, I think. Yeah, 2 weeks ago went to Sushi Mentai for the family dinner, remember that? So that time I was there and there was a certain sushi over there that's on the moving platform. I looked at it. I looked at it. It's...
There's a parasite nearby. You should take a closer look.
It's sushi. Okay, it's the... What's the... It's okay, seaweed. The classic rice and then covered with seaweed, and on top there's like something, right? So usually it's like egg or something else, right? You know the classic ones. And then there's one that I saw. It's a mix of fruits on top of that sushi. And I was like, that is so barbaric, I cannot even. It's like, excuse the fuck me? What is that? And I tried it. It tastes. It tastes. It. it tastes.
Need to find a way.
Interesting. I can't say that it's bad.
Parasite, brimming with magic. Take it.
Like, I cannot say that it's bad because it's not, but at the same time it's not good because it makes my brain feels like I'm running in circles. It's like, it's the most confused feeling I ever felt in a while. That one.
Smoke rises like hot.
So yeah, very interesting. There are people out there making weird food, huh? I guess the worst one I had is the boba tea cup noodle. On paper it sounds great. On execution, it tastes like 10 vomits plus 1. It is that terrible. I'm not even shitting you. It is absolutely horrendous.
Looking ahead.
Okay, there was a lot of enemy over there. I'm ready. I got this. I got the power. Hi. Yes, 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 of them, huh? Mental instruction. Nice. Ow. Gippy. I got this. Alright, who wants to see damage? Fucking. How much percent was that? How many percent was that game?
Blood follows me everywhere.
Nice, good damage.
Perish by my hand, Istark.
Outmaneuver them.
I'll kill the big one first. Yeah, the rest are just youths, it's fine. Pew, pew. Pew.
Ready. Moving.
Ignish. Oh my god, you're so good at dodging, aren't you? Ow. Nice. Ow. Nuh-uh. Get out. Yours. Yours. Alright, I'm mad. Ooh. Ooh. Shit. Nice. Ow. Damn, wait a minute. Mental instruction is really strong. That is quite strong. Additional 2 to 12 psychic damage. Pew pew. Pew.
Time to move.
Need to stay focused. On the move.
Ignis. Hi, how you doing? Oh my god.
Count on me.
Nothing important is ever easy. Very well.
Oh. We take those. We take those too.
Shall we dance? Quickly.
Nice.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
Mind Flare Anatomy.
More for me.
I'm heavily encumbered. Karlak is encumbered, okay.
Don't be shy.
Gosh, so empty here. I think that's everyone here. Oh, maybe the hatchery. How'd you get the egg before clearing out the hatchery? I convinced the person inside. Like, okay, fine, you can have the egg. And it's like, quick, take it before I change my mind. Oh wait, this is gonna be a hard fight though. Hard because, I mean, look at the whole floor is acid, and they took and the acid hurts. Yeah, let me try this shit again.
Let's march.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
Keep your distance, darling.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Oh, itchy. Oh, that's so perfect. That's a perfect heal. All right, that was great.
I'll make you wish you'd never been born.
Fuck. How about this? Gonna take egg? I already have the egg. I convinced them to give me the egg. Yeah.
Breathe deep and move.
It looks like a dragon egg. Of course I'm gonna get it.
Heating up. Got it.
What are you gonna do with it? Keep it until the end of days. Nice. Hmm. I wonder if it hatches. I wish.
A better position.
A better position. Engaging comic. Hi. Welcome, welcome. You? Oh, you parried that. How about this? How about this? Would that mean you adopt a gift baby? I don't know. I would be kind of sad if it's not a dragon. The egg is unusually large according to the game, and also with the pattern. Looks like a dragon egg. Konnichiwa, Nita. Oh. Hope you are very genki this. Why are you here? Take you. How many fucking... Oh, you want this? Oh, you want this, you asshole? Alright. Have to keep going. Reflect this, bitch. Reflect this, bitch. Counter this, bitch. Stupid. Yeah, keep countering. Wouldn't the gift be able to tell if it was a dragon egg? Probably. But I'm still gonna think that it's a dragon. You know, no bias and everything. Yep, very genki desu. Nice. Oh. Game, I fucking swear to God. Thank you. Here comes the boom boom. Okay. Wonder if I could just jump there. Hi, how you doing? Oh. Nice. Yeah. Oh crap, I forgot you're very heavy. There we go.
Let's spill some blood.
Hi Astro. Ooh, hope you are doing good. Welcome in.
Bird A sings minor G notes in 5 octaves. Bird B hates major B with an octave of 12. Bird C likes vanilla ice cream the most, since it kills their dog friend not as fast as chocolate. Bird A's notes travel at a speed of 6.89 miles per minute. Bird B takes 30 seconds to hate major B with an octave of 12. It takes 5.3 birds 96.824 seconds to hate major B with an octave of 7. What is your favorite ice cream flavor?
Mint chocolate.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Mint chocolate is great. Mint chocolate is correct. Yee, you like chocolate? What chocolate toothbrush? I cannot believe. I mean, yeah, you know what? It does taste like chocolate toothbrush. Or toothpaste, sorry. It tastes like that, but I like it.
Anything of use?
Please do not cancel me for me with me saying this. Just don't cancel me. I mean, it tastes good. Like, you know how ice cream is supposed to be very, very, very cold, right? And then you pair it with mint. It just kind of tastes even better. Somehow. I don't think I want to consume this one. I like moose tracks. What is that? Okay, I think that's pretty much everything in the Kreshyirik, right? In the Kreshyirik. Yeah, we're pretty much done here. Now, where else do we go? Rosy Morn Monastery? Moose Yip is a yip of my current favorite. We yippin'. Let me go look at the kobolds real quick. I miss them. Who's ready to look at kobolds? I know I do. Oh, kobolds. They're so stupid. I love them. Ah, look at them. There's no brain. There's not a single brain cell in them, and they're perfect. No. No. Mint chocolate is called toothbrush in Japan too. I guess, I mean, honestly, it tastes similar. So I can see why people are calling them toothpastes or toothbrush, one of them. Commode. Commode. Oh, you're so stupid. I love you so much. Oh my god, you're perfect. You're perfect. Oh my god, you're perfect. Especially this one. It's the most stupid of all and I love them the most. Oh, and the purple one. What is Fire One Belly? Drunk on Fire One has it dissemination charisma and dexterity checks. If the drunk entity is killed with fire, a Fire One explosion occurs. Oh god. I'm sorry I sinned against kobold kind and killed them. How could you? I cannot believe it. Wait, where's this one single kobold? Oh, they're here. Oh, the kobold looter is back. Let's go. So I guess the knockout thing still works. Are these kobold drunk? Yes, they're very drunk. I love them so much. They're so perfect. They are perfect. Yeah, there's nothing else here. It's almost like I have to go... I cannot kill Thorm. I have to go get the relic. And the thing is, if I go there, it's like a point of no return. Is it not? Okay, I will ask for help for a little bit.
He's your inner voice, and your inner voice says kill all except Gale Godro Bongo.
And by Gale you mean kobold, right? I wish the game would let me join the kobold party and say, yeah, see, that's the thing. If I get to play as a kobold, maybe? You will still return to Act 2? Even after jumping into the... But you cannot go back to anywhere in Act 1, including the Underdork.
Gale the Wizardry Sorcerer Mage.
Kobold the Wizardry Sorcerer Mage. Kobold! I love kobolds. Yeah, this one. So if I jump in, I can still go back into Act 2, but not Act 1. Is that what you're trying to say? Because I did everything. There's only left with this. There's no House of Flowers. House of Flowers has nothing to do about that. Yeah, I feel like I did pretty much everything. Because if I want Fine, like, I need the relic to kill Ketheric, and Ketheric is in Moonrise Towers. See, Moonrise Towers is in Act 2. If I jump into this, is it Act 3? Why Act 2 forever gone? Or why Act 1? Too many people moved? I don't know. Oh, it's still Act 2. Well, that's good to know. Alright, I'm still gonna save at help the second.
What a charmer.
I'm ready.
What to do?
Nice.
My faith will guide me.
Attention!
I think that's everything,
My
right?
faith protects me.
Even these are still here. Good.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Okay, I'm jumping in.
Your party is gathered. You are ready. Or so you hope.
Depending on your choices, the state of the region could change and some active quests might become unavailable. Alright. In we go. Nothing else for me to do other than just do this. I'm pretty sure anyway. Oh. What the fuck? Hi? What? Oh god. Oh, what even? This looks cool.
Lady Shah. I can feel her all around. This is her domain. This is the Shadowfell.
Night Song Prison.
I feel lighter, unburdened, as if the softest push could send me drifting away.
Immunity to falling damage. Cool. I sure hope you entered the tiny entrance near the burning building beforehand. No, I didn't. Whatever it is, I don't know. I'm gonna cry. Wee. Cool. This is a place where I can play the game at 60 FPS. Take the plunge, you won't die. I cannot take the plunge. It doesn't let me. Whoa. Wee. Oh, take the plunge. You won't die. Oh, wait. I realized what that is. What is it again? Is it Dark Souls 3? Yeah, it's a Dark Souls 3 reference. Oh, clever.
Just a little bit further. See my actions, Lady Shah. Hear my words of faith.
Am I gonna fight?
Listen to her.
I'm not gonna.
Blessed Nightsinger, witness my adoration.
I'm scared. Shadowheart. Wee. That was fun. Come on, Shadowheart. Don't be a bussy. Jump down.
Can't afford to stay idle.
Can they jump back up? They're trying. They're trying. Whee!
Alright, what now?
How do I even get back up? I don't? Whee! Q who?
I have emptied my heart of falsehoods.
What path lies before me?
I actually don't remember if I have the spear. I think I took it. I did not sell it, did I?
I have vanquished your foes.
Descend to her.
Come on, Shadowheart. Now it's not the time to be scared. Come on.
Nearly there. Have to keep going.
You sell many things? True, I do.
Lady Shah's will shall be done, as sure as night will fall.
Wee.
Lady Shah's will shall be done, as sure as night will fall.
Death. Death. Wee. One is lucky to have a follower dedicated as Shadowheart. Yeah. Shit, it's a night song. Hi.
I have felt you coming. The first in a century.
You, who have come to seek the praise of your wicked goddess. You, who have come to drive a dagger through my heart.
Not a dagger, a spear. My Lady Shah's spear. Her fate is mine to seal. Let me handle this.
The fate you seal is your own. To be a Dark Justicia is to turn your heart from everything but loss. You will know no love, no joy, only servitude, until of course your mistress inevitably discards you. And there is much she does not tell you. A terrible blood price that may extend beyond my own death.
You feel Shadowheart bristling. This is important to her. But your bond is strong. You may yet be able to sway her from the path of duty to the path of light. And Nightsong is not blind to your conflict. Behind that raging heart is the restless beat of one who knows too well that her fate hangs in the balance.
Trust Shadowheart, do not interfere. Do as you must. Is this truly what you want? Choose your own way, Shadowheart, but you cannot allow the goddess to control you. Can I say, please, Shadowheart, don't do this? Shadowheart has been wanting this so hard. I don't want Shadowheart to do this. Decisions. Oh my god. The more decisions. I truly don't want Shadowheart to do this. Something about Dark Justicia is just wrong. Oh? I mean, if the Twitch extension works, you guys can try. Alright, I'm gonna start a community poll for this choice. See if it works. Hi, Buttermilk. How's your day going? Just pick what feels right. Oh, there's someone choose too. Day's going well. I'll be a little sleepy since I didn't drink coffee today. You can't choose. Oh, 50-50. You would choose 4? Same. I would choose 4 as well. Mobile can vote. Also on pick 2. Do as you must. Interesting choices. Asking Tree is like, is this truly what you want? I feel like Shadowheart is going to be like, yes! And then it's like, you saw what you pick. Ah, all good, all good. No one feeling 5. I'm feeling 4 or 5. Leaning towards 5. Hopefully you're doing well. I'm doing pretty well. Would be better if I get some coffee, but the time is not right to get coffee, so I'd rather skip it for today. That's why maybe I'm like kind of sleepy. But all good, all good. So we have 2, 2, 3, 4. I'm thinking 5 actually. To just disregard Shadowheart doing this might be a little harsh on her, but we saw what Lae'zel is capable of. Like, Lae'zel is about God, and then Shadowheart is about faith? I'm leaning towards 5, but it's interesting to see you guys vote as well. This is kind of cool. I should do this every once in a while. Well, not as much, only sometimes. I'm gonna choose. I'll live with my words and I'll live the consequences. English. The consequences that comes after. Yeah. Alright, 5 for this.
If I have to step over your corpse to fulfill what Lady Shah asks of me, so be it. Your choice.
You want to fight? Fine. Oh man. Shadowheart. I will tell you that this is wrong. But I said my piece. If you do not want to listen to me, that is all good. Do what you must. I don't want to fight you.
Well. What's that I sense? A spear intended for my heart? Empowered by your goddess, empowered to kill the child of a god. Do you know what I am, little assassin? For I know you. A lost child, frightened by wolves in the dark.
What did you say?
Much has been promised to you, hasn't it? But what has
Oh,
been
the
taken
ad
from
break coming. Oh
What
god.
do you know of your own heart? Your own life? I sense more in you than you know.
What do you think? What should I do?
Cue her. Let's finish this. I'll wait for the ad to finish because apparently there's an ad break going on. I can see it. Look. Ad break ends in 1 minute 16 seconds. She knows something about you. Spare her and see what she has to say. I would love that. Tell me about Shadowheart's past, you know. 3 is like, this is your choice, I can't make it for you. She is asking for my pointers. And it's just like, nope, nuh-uh, I am not talking. That's so mean though. I'm gonna play my phone a little bit and wait for the ad break to finish. Although at this point it's like, hi YouTube, how you doing? See, now I changed my upload schedule a little bit to YouTube. I started to download the VOD after I finished and then just upload it immediately so I can just post it next day. So it's like, yeah, at least there's like a steady flow of video other than just like a burst of video once a week. Alright, ad breaks finished. I'm choosing my answer. What do you want to do? I don't know, what do you want to do? That's sad. That's sad. Although that's something I would do, but in game I don't wanna. She knows something about you. Spare her and see what she has to say. Sorry. Whoa! You don't have to throw away the spear! I said...
I can't believe I just did that. Lady Shah will disown me. What will happen to me?
Not what will happen. What will you do? Your past is not yet lost. Your future is not yet fixed. Lay a hand on me in friendship, not quite Sharon. And I will fight the battle that has been waiting for me this last century. Then, oh then, we will have much to discuss.
Hi, Gochida. At this point,
The Moon Maiden Seluna, mother of the so-called Night Song. The Night Song is no more!
Damn. You build a good friendship with her, right? I kinda do, yeah. Is this Sailor Moon? Cool.
I am resplendent. You have given me a great gift, little warrior. Don't you find it oh so curious that you would spurn your dark lady? Perhaps you feel a stirring of the truth already. But that will come later. There is a battle yet to be fought. You have done what we feared was impossible. You have released me from a century of sorrow. Your power is great. So too must be your weapon. You must choose what you will wield. And the Moon Maiden will provide. Thus I have said. Thus will it be so. Are you ready?
I'm speaking as Shadowheart. Dark Lady, be merciful. What have I done to get out of this place? Absolutely. Fire weapon, naturally. Ready for what?
To kill Ketheric Thorn.
Oh. Yes. Yes, kill.
We need to leave. Lady Shah won't stand for us to be here, not after what we did.
If Shah is angry, she's being remarkably quiet.
That's what frightens me. She must be angry. Yet, I don't feel it. Or hear it. There's only silence. Let's get out of here, please. Whatever's coming, I don't want to be in the heart of the Shadowfell when it finds me.
Fair.
The Night Song will be headed for Moonrise Towers. We'd better get there and see what she's unleashed against Ketheric Thorn.
Night Song is a person. Oh, a classic Fade to Black? Where are the clove go? Nice, I should not kill her too. Cool. Chose his path. Nice. Yeah. I mean, the game sort of built to this. I cannot move. Oh, okay. No, no more darkness. No more darkness. Darkness. My PC is dying. Help. Darkness. Sorry about Last Light In. It's not my fault that Last Light In fell. If you leave Shadowheart to a choice, it depends on your relationship, which to be fair, I like a lot. Ooh, yeah, that sounds really cool. What if have no Shadowheart killed by default? Probably.
Can't wait to watch her clean Ketheric's head in two.
Yeah. Moonlight Glaive. This object shines with glowing light in a radius of 6 meters. Ooh. Ripped it in. Not my fault! It's Jaheira! Jaheira stupid! Jaheira make my team just fall prone. Oh, radiant damage? I think I kinda like that. Arabella's Shadow Tank. Oh, since when I have this one? Entangle undead and shadow creatures. Lacquerate, Moonlight Butterfly. Ooh. Strike a foe, conjuring an illusory swarm of moon pale butterflies, granting advantage on attacks against the target. Oh. Cool. I think it forces in the party, or if she's dead, you pick. Probably. If you kill Night Song, you get 4 pieces of gear. Okay, it makes sense if it's rare knowledge. Most probably just have her saved. Something ease happens. Killing hot heart lady also gives cool gear. Evil.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Wee. Right, let me just check things real quick to see if there's like a chest somewhere. Doing the right thing or get sweet loot? I'll do the sweet loot on my possible second playthrough. Just go all gremlin and get all the sweet loot. As a chaotic evil kobold should be. Heal! Get all the gear! Who can use glaive?
I wonder what the next move is.
Oh, this one is two-handed. It's okay, the blood of Lathlander is way better. Kalak?
Damn, it's good to be alive.
11 to 26. That's strong. Yeah. Ooh, Karlach is so shiny.
Blood? No, never mind.
Okay, going up. Kill all, become solo killing killer with a mustache and power.
Please, my lady. Forgive me.
Shadowheart, what happened? You were missing for a moment.
I thought I was done for. I thought perhaps I might have been dead. This is all like some sort of terrible dream. But it's real, isn't it? I stood before the night song. I heard Lady Shah's words. And I failed her. Worse than failed her, I defied her. Just because of what that Aasimar said.
Aasimar?
I tried to leave, but Shah blocked me. Punished me for failing her. I thought I knew the limit of pain that the incurable wound could inflict, but I had no idea. It felt like I was suffering the agony of 1,000 people all at once. My blood was boiling, my hair was on fire. I thought I'd claw my own face off with the pain. But then she released me. Banished me, more like. She said I was an outcast. That all of her children would know me and revile me.
Shadowheart looks distraught, abandoned by her goddess and all former allies. And as for her divine magic, admitting who empowers her now may break her spirit for good.
Oh. Currently a long conversation blocked, but I can screenshot the share with you once I'm done. What long conversation with who? I don't think I'm ready for spoilers yet. I do know what happens if you do kill her, but I will hold back. Thank you. Aasimar? D&D 5e? Ooh. The person? You made your choice, now you have to live with it. We are all alone in the end, unless you count the tadpole. If it's any consolation, I think you did the right thing. Never thought you actually defied Shah. What was going through your head? Oh, Aasimar erased, okay. If it's any consolation, I think you did the right thing. Admitting who empowers her now may break her spirit for good. I honestly think Shadowheart did the right thing.
You're lucky to have such confidence. Me. I think the full price of what I've done has yet to reveal itself. I'm a target to Lady Shah's followers now.
Same as
Lizelle promised she'd tell me something about myself. I need to speak with her as soon as I can. What she said to me back in the Shadowfell about the wolves. That's no coincidence.
Snow.
She took flight to hunt down Ketheric Thorm. All I can do is help hasten his demise, and hope that answers soon follow.
How are you feeling?
Do you really need to ask?
Sorry.
Sorry. I have a lot on my mind. The shadow fell. Night song. I can think of little else.
She mentioned your fear of wolves just like you shared with me. That's no coincidence.
That's not the first time you've made such a leap. But perhaps there's more to it than I know, or would care to admit.
Next one will be able to give you answers when the time comes. We just have to keep going. But who says more to it than I know, or would care to admit? We just have to keep going and see what lies ahead. Actually, yeah, nice will be to give you answers when the time comes.
The sooner I speak to Nightsong, the sooner I'll know what the future holds for me. Assuming I have a future at all.
Why are you sending... Didn't know how much of a little to describe, so we just plopped link. Think of them as people who defend law and good. So they are like the lawful good thing that defends what's good. Those are the equip. Sharp Spear of Evening. Cannot be blind. Ooh. Dark Justiciar boot. I feel like I already have this one. Yeah, this one I'm already wearing it. Am I? Oh, no I'm not. I lied. I'm a terrible liar. Alright, so now we need to go to... Oh! Oh! Oh, the waypoints are gone. Oh. Hey, anyone here? Hey, look at that! The torch are lightning. This torch again. Look at that. Yeah. Oh, housing. Oh, don't worry about it. Housing is fine. What an inn. Gosh, look at this. A great inn. Look at that. It's a little empty for an inn, but you know, it's a slow day probably. What did you do? I didn't do anything. Jaheira is the one that did something. Okay, look, hear me out. Before Isabel got kidnapped, I had my team on the wrong place. My team was all in the roof, and I was a terrible stealth. You can always res him. Can I res Hausen? Where my scroll refifi? Where's my scroll of the refifi? Oh. Cannot be resurrected. I'll kill you! Okay, you already did. People also complain that it counts as fail as soon as she's knocked out. Yeah, and it doesn't help the fact that Isobel is like paper. And then it also doesn't help that Jaheira makes my whole team fall prone. 5-star, she is a crit fail. Yeah, this is such an easy fail situation. You should be able to. Not that I can. Withers doesn't give me the choice to resurrect people anymore, it feels like. Is it because I'm Dark Urge?
I hate seeing Shadowheart suffer like this. All for doing the right thing.
Yeah.
It's up to us to look after her now. If she needs a rest, we carry her. If she needs a hand, she has ours. If she needs ears, we've got 4 between us. Whatever she needs.
That's why I love you, Karlach. That's why I love you. Same, yes. That is why I love you so much, Karlach. You are the best, Mommy K. You are the best.
I'll take that.
Hey, Withers.
Thy wheel. Dost thou require a new ally? Very well. Impossible. 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 Thy party is full.
Nope, no resurrection. Kim possible.
Shadowheart suffers. You might be surprised, but it pains me to see. Now, what would you ask of me?
I love Karlach. Yeah, Karlach is great. I love her. I'm glad Karlach is getting so much love. Karlach is fucking amazing, to say the least. Good, maybe bad. If like everyone dead, I don't know how I feel. I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, Shadowheart is suffering. Oh. Hey, Gale. Wait, are you Gale? I don't know. Why do you look like this?
Poor Shadowheart. The gods are nothing if not vindictive in their vengeance.
Yeah. You know it firsthand, don't you?
Gali 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 gala gala godro bongo.
Better than that. She is something. She is worthy. She is strong. She is Shadowheart.
You can say that
Nothing
again.
can take the her from her. Not even a goddess.
Fuck yeah. That is right. Say that again, my god. Hi, Astarion.
I suppose it was only a matter of time until Shah took vengeance. For the Lady of Loss, she does not like
That
losing.
again.
That again. Hi, legs. Oh, what again? I don't know. Also. Scratchhole!
Scratch's tail wags enthusiastically.
Scratchu! Oh my god.
Scratch's tongue lolls out happily, his tail wagging even faster.
Oh, Scratch is so good. Go get. Yeah. no, I'm gonna run away from Scratchu. Scratchu's gonna catch me. Oh, okay, fine. I count one, but probably missed a few. Yeah, just a few. Oh, I don't want Scratch to be under the water like that. Go get him. Oh, I forgot to mention. I think so far the best game, the best thing I've done in this game, and the funniest thing ever, is to be able to just lift a kobold and just throw them. I did that, and then Karlach just lift the little boy and just throw them. It's like, what the f. That is so good. Okay, so now I think we're only left with Moonrise Towers. I'm pretty sure I'm done with everything. Yeah, I think, yeah, I'm gonna go to Moonrise Towers. And we'll let all the other companions die for Scratch. If Scratch asks of that, yep. Nope, even Gil. Even Gil. No exceptions. How you feeling?
I'm sorry. It might be best kept until later. I'd be a poor counsel and worse company just now.
Fair, totally fair. Then my would die too. Uh-oh. Oh, it's Jaheira! I was like, why is it red? And then it's like, oh, Jaheira is already like killing. Oh shit, shit is going on. Why is everyone so heavy already? Oh my god, Karlach. Defend Bubble with life? Yeah.
I've got a long road ahead.
Ugh, not the rotten things.
There's an illithid parasite in that corpse. You should take a look.
Oh my god, I'm encumbered again. I'm drinking this. Oh yeah.
Another parasite. Collect it. It might be useful.
What parasite? Are you talking? There's no parasite. What do you mean? Parasite doesn't mean you can take more. The Guardians and their worms. I didn't even take a single parasite. I don't trust them.
Blade will taste of your flesh, Ketherick. Unshackled from shadows. She will rise in moonlit glory and carve a path of brightness to the accursed one's second death. So saith the wise Alondo. Seems like his prophecy missed a crucial part, though. Didn't say who gave the angel back her wings.
I'm not in it for the glory. Victory is all that matters. Let's just concentrate on the fight ahead. The real battle is yet to begin. The word of a dead man means nothing. Crazy old woman, you're talking to yourself. Victory is all that matters. Hey, can you sell things? 12 gold, Jaheira. Wow. Now, what do you need? Here, have some books. I'm sure you're gonna need them. There you go. Alright. Victory is all that matters.
Victory and retribution. My harpers are gone. Shadows. Lost in the shadow theater of my mind, alone. I'm the last one standing. But I wouldn't be if it weren't for you. So, what do you say? Shall we take the final steps together?
Yes, let's go beat the shit out of them. A finale for the great Jaheira. I wouldn't miss it for the world. It would be my honor.
And mine. The time has come. Ketherick will taste of death at last.
She was amongst the purge I did against last night in. Slurping them out like spaghetti? Spaghetti? Oh, you mean the tadpoles? Are they really that good? I don't trust them. How much strength do you have?
Still alive, so that's progress.
Everything is too expensive. Everything is too heavy. I'm gonna cry. This shit is so heavy. Holy shit. You know what? Everyone gets Elixir of the Colossus. I don't care. Can I make more? Hill Giant. Hill Giant works. I have a Colossus. I need all the weight I can get. Shieldheart and Astarion is getting them.
What's next, I wonder?
When push comes to shove, this is what I need to do.
Careful, I might.
Look at that. Beautiful.
Pull yourself together.
Okay, now we can keep doing this. Shieldheart. Astarion. Okay, that's the best I could do. Where is Jahira? Oh yeah, Jahira is with me. I'm stupid. It would be cool if enough parasites equals Mind Flayer. Easiest way to lose weight without dying. Empty pockets. Turning brain to sweet cheese? Well, I didn't use them for my solo game, so I wanted to see what they do. Maybe on my second playthrough I'll use them, but for now, I'm not gonna use the tadpoles. Can we feed the tadpole to Scratch? How could you? No, Narix, no. Not the doggo! Anything but the doggo! Oh shit, they look like they're ready to fight. Alright, let's do it. Sup, buddies? What a welcoming party, huh?
You dare show yourself here after all you've done? You have betrayed me. You have betrayed General Thorm. You have betrayed our god! And for what? That little firefly buzzing around overhead? I'll crush you first, then her, and in death, you will all serve the Absolute.
I looked forward to killing you since the moment we met.
You hid it well. I thought you'd be another notch on my bedpost, but instead I'll make a trophy of your bones. Boys, make this traitor bleed.
Try me. Oh, the big fight. Oh, the music is so fucking good. Why is this game so fucking amazing? Oh. Oh god. Crush so soon? We only just met. I know this isn't a big fight. This is totally not a big fight. Dorm is not even here. How is this a big fight? But it's a big fight, and I love every moment of this. It's almost like Divinity Original Sin 2. It's similar, and I love every single bit of this. It's so similar. It's one down.
Let's go.
Whoop to booty. Oh my god, it's so laggy. My PC can handle this. It's running at 23 FPS. You have to excuse me, alright?
In position.
Oh my god, the music is so good. The potato is bacon, yeah. I'm having so much goosebumps right now. This is my jam. It's so good. After we should 3 other targets in range. It's so amazing. The goosebumps, man. Okay, that's one mirror image gun. I should really aim for one first. Ah, fuck.
A little fun at last.
I bought your best weapon. And then what Zara can do, she died in turn 1. What can you do? Thorn whip, entangle. Oh, you don't have a heckin' range weapon. Create a vine surface, slowing down creatures, possibly entangling them. Oh, this is perfect. That's not perfect.
By your command.
This is so fucking cool. You know what I want to do? I want to see if I can get... Here seems like a good place.
See this done.
Jump! And then Speedy to Guardian. Nice. Counter spell strikes again. Oh, good. Oh shit. That's a warlock spell, right? That's a lot of damage.
Can't believe you'd betray the Absolute. Idiot!
Idiot! Shit.
I'll strip your bones clean.
Damn, what a black hole.
Come on, man! Come on, man!
Shit, what is that damage? The fuck is going on? My PC cannot handle all of this bullshit. What's going on? Why does she has T3 edited powers? Cause worms, even we don't have access to it until after this act, they be cheating. She has these powers, she must be bountiful to loot. Yeah, that's the thing. Must be a perfect loot. I'll kill you next. Shoot bash? Is your mirror image permanent? Oh, no, okay. That hurts. Why can't I not rage? I'm slow, not what? I'm blinded and slowed, but I'm not silenced. The hell are we talking about? Oh wait, there are potions. Oops, I forgot to give you potions. Oh, I think I can brace. Office interrupted. Okay, I'll kill this one first. What do you mean? Didn't it work just now? Oh my god, this game sometimes. And now you suddenly need to go... Fine. Oh, where's my action gone? Oh, I'm raging! 他妈的，真是毒辣女手。Alright, don't panic. I hope this is enough. Ow. Nice. Oh, did I not do short rest? I cannot wow shape. Oh my god. Let's try staying close. It's okay. Oh, I cannot throw. Oh my god. Oh my god. Woo, everything's going downhill. Nice. Throw a cobalt? No, never. I will save Cobalt forever. Nuh-uh. Yours. Ow. Here? Shit, what the fuck? Yeah, Jaheira's dead. What is going on? Why are you attacking on my... Oh, I'm... Oh, wow. Holy shit, there's so many things going on. Is that what fear does? Fucking hate it. Not much I can do. I'm disarmed and there's nothing I can do. Okay, sure. Who the fuck is the one that is doing the concentration? Oh, they have Death Ward. It's so far away. Oh, I'll kill you first.
Let's have some courage.
What happened? 1 health? Forced retirement? Okay. Who? Oh, there's more. Okay. I'll kill you. There. One enemy gun is one enemy gun. Who died? Wait, who died? I mean, Zarel died, right? Cursed? What? What's going on? Astar is in full health. Wait, Jaheira died. I mean, couldn't save her when everyone just ganging up on her.
Heading there.
I'll live with my actions. It's not my fault when everyone just aims at Jaheira. Ooh. Alright. Game? God damn! What?
Best be on my way.
Yeah, that's right. Who needs weapon? What is your... When an enemy enters your attack range, you can strike them. Strike with the next enemy that attacks you. No, okay, no one attacks you. I did not enter your range. I was already in there, and they decide to hurt me. Okay, thanks, game. If you have retaliation, just tell me, game. Jesus fuck. I'm slowly getting pissed at the game. Guardian of Faith is weird. If you attack one in a circle, it hits you. I checked. It did not say that. Enters your range, you can strike them. Retaliation. That attacks you. I did not attack it. Oh my god, game. I'm losing patience. I checked. It's not aura protection. It's not. I looked at it. It is not. I am losing patience. I am actually getting angry. Everything is not as it seems. The game is lying to me. What is this? Oh, I have no potion. Oh, potion is on Shadowheart. Okay. I have no patience on things like this when the game doesn't explain to me well what it does and what it does not, especially on games like this. Please explain your game well. I am taking my time to read everything you gave me. I am taking the time. And then you did something that it didn't say. That pissed me off. I do not like it. I will say it right now. I mean, they are not healing, so I guess that's fine. I don't know if I want to blind them. Just shoot them.
Angry kobold noises.
Yeah, I am very angry right now. That is not right. There's so many words I need to read. And then the game is like, nope, fuck you. That's not what it is. That's not right. Guardian of Faith is like an entire textbook of 4 effects. Write it down! Write it down, game! Fucking hell. Ooh. Ow. The more bullshit it seems, the more you're inclined to learn it by heart or something. I want to learn the game. I am I genuinely in love with the game. And then the game just throw that bullshit at me. I really don't like that. I really don't. It's something that really grinds my gears. I think the effects are popular, but not sure if this is the place and time for that. It's not. It's a game about strategy. It's a game about reading. Yeah, I think I bitched enough. Wait, give me a second. Ah, the nephew is the nephew is messing up. Okay, give me a second. What an evening. Well, nephew broke something, and he's decided to just wreck carnage. Can't do anything about it. How? Yeah, house is still standing, definitely. But if I don't know if he'll still be standing. That's quite the carnage that he caused. I don't know how I feel about that. Who has the Guardian of Faith? Can I check who cast? It's not a concentration spell. But it's one of the zealots, okay. It's probably the one that's like close to dying. Yeah, I'm trying to kill them, but I don't know which one is it.
Catch a break.
Probably you. Or not. Is there someone else? Oh, maybe it's you. Feels like it's you. Death ward. Why isn't examine and skill description identical? At least it will pop up or something. A few times when those are the case. I don't know. This Guardian of Faith pissed me off. I don't like it. And then there's the nephew just wrecking carnage and like crying outside, and everyone just doesn't care about him anymore. The crying noise is driving me insane. Do acid explode? There we go. Family can be so stressful. When this shit is happening, yeah. I mean, sorry to bring this to the stream, but you know, it happens. I'm sorry. I mean, at least the Starring can just stay here and shoot. We take those. Not again. Did I get hit? Please work. Yep, I'm okay. I'm not gonna go mad anymore. I'm good. You want me to express my you don't know what's wrong there? It's highlighted, but it didn't happen. Alright, there we go. Alright, all good. Let's continue. Everything's good. Yeah, if only that potion worked, did it, huh? Oh yeah, I forgot about the tree up there. I mean, just that they don't do any damage at all. I just don't care about them. They do 1 to 4 damage, it feels like. Too close? Not gonna do that. My PC is chugging. One bonus action. I forgot you don't have potion. You know what? How about this? Run the heck away for now. This one is the one with the Guardian of Faith, but Guardian of Faith is there. Can Guardian of Faith move? Or can it not move? Yes? Ooh, okay, I have to kill. Not far, but yes, okay. So it's like spiritual weapon, but better. Alright, I need to kill this bitch. It can't fly, only walk. That's reassuring. Nice. I never seen it move. Ooh. Oh, maybe because AI doesn't know how to move the Guardian of Faith. Ooh, Guiding Bolt, Guiding Bolt hurts.
Take you. Take you.
The heals. If you summon one, they can move. AI probably can move it. I used a spell on Shadowheart and it can't move. Maybe it's this. Maybe this game is different? Question mark. Nice. Another one. Ow. There, it's not moving. Then probably not in this game, question mark? Nice. See, the archers up there is just not doing anything. Like, sure, 1 to 4 damage, I'll give it to them. Ah, oh, not Arrow of Ice, fuck. Everyone's gonna fall prone now. I haven't used Vicious Mockery in a while. Wee, don't fall. Hey, how you doing? You boom. Boom. Rolling. D20, rolling. D20, rolling. There it is. What a good roll. Oh my god. Vicious Mockery never really seem worth it. As a pure support class, if I play as pure Bard, I will spam the shit out of it because it's so funny. It's a great spell. Alright, time to go back to fight.
Jimmy on the go.
Why was that work so slow? A college of sword bard. Maybe in my second playthrough I just play like a pure bard. This gonna seem funny, and I like bard in general. Pew pew. Pew. That's right. Get that shit out of here. Thank you. Maybe more? Okay, that was so risky. Take you. I'm just gonna heal Astarion. All good. Ooh, okay. Can't even heal the right person. Oh, there's actually not much enemy left. It's just the one up there. Okay, okay. Let's go threaten them.
Got to move.
Oh wait, since when you're here? I actually did not see you. Ow. Nice. Don't shoot me. Oh shit. Take you? How dare you take you? I'll punch you. I will punch you again. 7 to 15. Oh, that could happen.
My turn.
Person. That's good damage, right? It's about time that we get rid of them. I have no disadvantage on point blank range. Joke's on you. Die. And then the pew pew. Nice. And then another poo poo. Beep beep poo poo. Eh. That's right. I am Astarion, master of hand crossbow.
On I go.
Pew pew pee pee poo poo.
Mm-hmm. Beep 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 poo poo. Beep beep poo poo. Hi, Ting. Ignish. Nice. Ow. God, it hurts. Alright, come on. Just, I know it hurts. There you go. Oh, all good. Come on. It's fine, Astarion. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Just a flesh wound, if you will. Bye-bye.
There's a parasite in that corpse, brimming with potent magic.
Shut the fuck up! I'm gonna die. See, now you know what the funny thing is? I think there's no more merchant in this area. I don't think there is. Wait, House of Healing, the sister. Are they still fine? Oh wait, my weapon. She doesn't carry coin? She does. I sold a bunch of things to her before.
Don't mind if I do. With haste.
Bye bye selling things, please don't. Hello, hoarding. How do I hoard when I don't have enough slots? Or wait, is Holy Fire good? Oh, Holy Fire is bad. Oh, fuck. Karlach?
I need to rest. The sunset can't come quickly enough.
Oh wait, since when Karlach is encumbered?
Making me sweat.
Since when you're encumbered. There we go.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could.
Wait, I've been fighting with Karlach that's encumbered. Yeah. Ay. House of Healing. I can go from Grand Mausoleum. It's like sort of closer. Camp. But I don't want to take everything out from camp just to sell them. Oh, just have everything more like her. That's only encumbered. And then after heavily encumbered, I don't think they can move anymore. Slow and heavy, that's also a way of holding. I mean, yeah, but I want to move fast. I need to hoard coin. Well, something that's shiny. Obviously, for a kobold, I need something that's shiny. Also, my piece is absolutely chugging. I'm sure it's fine. You see? Yeah, you told... Yeah. There's a Dragonborn? Fuck. Okay, not you. Who's the one that sells things again? There's one that sells things, but I don't remember where. Give them everything, go solo. When you need them, take it back so they can run to your location. It's so troublesome. Just sell. Look, I'm just gonna go to see if this sister sells things or not. Fuck, I don't remember where it is. Is it here? No, I came from here, but it's somewhere inside. That I know for sure. Why is Astaria Naruto running just now? Naruto! Is the Dragonborn hot though? You know, why is that question? Of course the Dragonborn will forever be hot. Take on the big fight. I'm probably gonna take on the big fight tomorrow because I do have a haircut appointment later. So I'm just trying to find where the sister is and just gonna sell things. There you are. Hi. God, finally.
The doctors found oblivion. Well, still not feeling better. Let's see if I can help you.
Oh yeah.
Haircut reminder.
Good night, Vincent. Have good sleep. Yeah, haircut reminder. It's 7:08. I think it's almost here. But let me do this real quick, and then I'm gonna go get some dinner as well.
Haircut reminder.
Yeah, I know. It's okay. Why is everything not put into my camp supply bag? Where's my camp supply bag? The fuck? Where's my camp supply bag? Oh, we don't have that much money. Oh god. That's kind of bad. You don't sell good things as well. You know, give me a wyvern toxin because there's wyvern in it. Oh. Nice. They do have potions. Oh, not this. Yeah, it's the best I can do.
Now, if you're...
Is my backpack at camp? If you are charmed or frightened, you automatically cast Steals of Mind to remove the condition. Oh. Your agility lets you dodge out of the way of certain spell. When your spell effect would deal half damage on a successful dexterity saving throw, it deals no damage if you succeed. It only what the fuck? A spell effect. It's not so weapon attacks still do a lot of damage to me, but spell and effect? Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Yeah, I can say no to spell damage. That is stupid. So okay, you're at 7 now? Yeah, finally. Well, I mean, hell yeah, stonks. Ooh. Hi again, Evie. You've trained to strike swift and true. When you land a crit, you roll an extra damage die as well as the normal additional critical dice. So...
Haircut barbershop.
Yeah, I know. Supreme Sneak? Instead of being times 2 crit becomes like, oh fuck, okay. Pets. Blend into environments so complete they become whoa. Wait, so my height is now what? My height is now invisible? We take those.
I need healing. Now.
Shut the fuck up, Esther, you got this. Oh, it's an action.
No one stopped me yet.
It stacks with half orcs too, which makes it become times 4. We almost expanded all our spell slots, right?
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
Yeah.
Someone there.
Let's move.
Let's just do a long rest. I'm gonna go into a long rest and then just end there. Maybe talk a little bit, maybe not. Let me take back my thing first. And the thing is, after long rest, I could sell my things again because I'm pretty sure they restocked. Hi.
The way she leered at me. The blood merchant. I can't get it out of my head. It isn't like me. Not like me at all. I was being too precious, wasn't I? We could have used her potion. A moment of unpleasantry doesn't matter if there's a fine reward. I should have just gritted my teeth as always and let her have me for a bit.
I didn't think about that anymore. It makes me sad to hear you talk about yourself like that.
Why? I'm simply trying to be realistic. There's nothing more desirable in the world than a vampire, is there? And when you've been through all I have, you damn well are going to fight with what few assets the gods give you. But a part of me feels sick when I think about getting on my back for breadcrumbs again.
I'm too pretty is a bit of a sore complaint. Have you even enjoyed it? You're so much more than your looks going for you. I mean, true is a little. Our lives are on the line here. We take every advantage we can get. I don't know. I kind of want to go for 1. I feel 1. I feel 1 here. It's not like a starting to talk like this, to be honest. Maybe something's wrong. I mean, sure, there could have been a good potion, you know, like whatever legendary potion it's gonna be, and then just let Astarion bite her. But Astarion says no that time, and I was like, sure, I'll respect you. I'll respect your decision to say just You know, just say no, you know. When no means no, no means no. And I think a lot of people just doesn't understand no means no in this world, sadly. One? Yeah. I'm feeling one. I'm feeling one.
I had nothing at all for so long. Not even my body. That was owned by Cazador. To be sent out to tempt fools into his palace. I have bedded thousands of people. Half of them I barely remember. Most of them didn't even grant me temporary bliss. It should have been so easy to let the drow use me for her fantasy, but perhaps, you showed me I have enough strength. I don't need to.
That's why he doesn't want to bite. I got him to bite and he vomited. Oh! Potion of +2 permanent strength. Ayo! No means maybe yes if I ask enough for a bunch of falls. You may have to. You have great power over people. You should see it as a strength, not a weakness. And I would never ask you to.
It isn't worth the scars anymore.
Yeah.
Scratch's tail wags enthusiastically.
I love how this... I forgot to just cast Speak with Animals. There's no animals to speak with anymore. Scratch.
Scratch's tongue lolls out happily, his tail wagging even faster.
I love Scratch. I'm gonna save here. Yeah, I'm gonna save here. Stinky. That was a great fight, but man, those jank pissed me off. those jank really just makes me like, ew. Because I truly want to enjoy the game and I just like read pretty much everything. Well, not everything. I wouldn't say everything. I read most things that is combat. Like combat wise, I read everything to understand the game more so that I can, you know, understand what's going on with the fight, so that I don't need to be like just what, you know. I don't do like what. So yeah. Beckoning darkness. Hoi to Barber from chat. I think the Barber is not here yet. And you know what? That barber is actually one of my middle school friends. He's been my barber for a long time already, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Take the Hoi with you. Yeah. Oh, my friend come to my place and just like. I mean, he's okay with that because there's like multiple people that wants to cut their hair. So there's me, my sister, my mom, 5 people in one place. So it's like, he's like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. Take care, Droxen. Thank you, Cochita. I'll take care. Take care of yourself too. And store the Hoi and give it to me later. Okay. Where's the music? Where's the music? I'm trying to find what I was listening to. I don't remember what I was listening. Oh. Gonna love the fart noises.
Haircut reminder.
No, I know.
Less than 3.
Less than 4. Oh. There's a kobold by the name of Unity VT.
You are beautiful. Also haircut reminder Evia too hard.
Yes, I know. I know, haircut reminder. I'm gonna go get haircut. Oh, kobold. Interesting. Well, she's like a, yeah, she's a kobold. She's a kobold. Well, she said kobold.
Reminder for chat to remind Tylra reminder.
Alright, we're gonna raid Unity. I mean, she raided us before, and I kind of want to raid another fellow bolt as well. I'm gonna do it. I'll just summon Bernie and type in the raid real quick. Oh, good. Bernie, come here.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Okay, let me type in the raid. Unity VT _. I think that's the name. I'm probably gonna, okay, I'm gonna copy and paste this one just in case I don't get it wrong. PSO not sucks. PSO not sucks, it's a great game. 2 Labradors, Lucky and Flo, were the first dogs known for sniffing out pirated What? A cat's nose is as unique as a human's fingerprint. What? Yo, I mean, is sniffing out pirated DVD even a thing? Human noses are not unique. I'm sure they are. Are they? They probably are. I don't. I don't know. I think they're. I'm gonna raid Unity. Okay. we're gonna steal a shinies. All right. A kobold can steal a kobold shiny. I'm sure. Okay, type in the raid. So. News from 2006 report pirate DVD sniffing. Yo, that's actually kind of cool. There it is, raid Chinese. Alright, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Right. Know that you guys are loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Okay? Love y'all. And here comes the raid to Unity. VT _. Oh. I'm just gonna wait for the time to go down as always, right? Also, yeah, that's a raid message. Raid message. Boop. You know, honestly, I've seen a few other kobold streamers out there. You know, there's Daz,
less than 1, less than 2, less than 3, less than 4, less than 5, less than 6, less than 7, less than 8, less than 9, less than 10.
And then there's like Unity VT, Merp. But then it's like there's some kobold streamers like Merp, and I found Daz these days are like have the kobold energy. You know what I mean? They have the energy of like. How do I reiterate this? I apologize in advance of what I'm about to do. They have something like I'm gonna cause chaos. I'm gonna steal everything. Those kind of energy, I think. Whereas me, I just like chill. A chill bolt, huh? Okay, that's all for today. Love y'all. See you guys tomorrow with more Baldur's Gate. Bye bye. Much love. Schmooky.